Hey guys, welcome back to the Anime Collector and welcome to the wonderful OCA Podcast. Tonight we are joined with a special guest, FlipOtaku.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
And as always, our normal hosts, Danjobo Agi.
More than welcome, and with us, the one with the pieces.
Reese's Pieces? Okay. Reese 2753. All right. So, FDDNM is not here for reasons that you guys in the audience probably already know. Also, if you haven't read my amazing light novel, it's in the Discord. So, Flip, last podcast, we covered an article about Shueisha is having a contest for people in Japan to submit erotic light novel concepts to them. And the winner makes like $5,000 or something like that. And so I pitched this idea that we should just make, as a group, the podcast should just make an erotic light novel. And we just based it off of articles we've read for like the last 4 weeks. So one of them includes so first of all, since the podcast is titled OCA Podcast, OCAP, the light novel we came up with, or more specifically I came up with, is titled Once Cucked on Another Planet. Anyway, I won't go into it now.
Wait. You said once cucked on another planet.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
So the main character's love interest is abducted by aliens and has intercourse with Kim Jong-un, who has ruined all other men for her. Because one of the articles we covered was from Anime Maru, which is like the Onion of anime news, and it was titled, because I don't know if you know this, because for some reason not a lot of people are talking about this, but Kim Jong-un has been missing for like 3 weeks.
Apparently,
right, like they haven't seen him. So the article was titled. The article was titled "Kim Jong-un returns after his long absence from an isekai world." Right, and so the article is about him. The article is about him being the protagonist of an isekai and generating a harem and all stuff. Anyway, all right. So I want to jump right into this.
It's actually really good, though.
It is so funny, really, right? Funny. Yeah, so I'm gonna pull up the article. So I'm gonna skip the normal spiel about the Patreons and stuff, because I know you guys already know that. Let me start screen sharing. Also, the internet's so bad right now that I don't think I could even pull up an extra 2 tabs. And to answer your question before the podcast, I have about 4,000 DVDs.
Sets or just DVDs?
Sets, like barcodes.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You know where my 400
okay.
album is. So.
All right. So I did actually add a new product to Stealth Weeb. It's this hat that I found while I was working on the Broly video. So that's it. That's all I got to show you guys. I have like 3 more that I'm currently working on. Yeah, so oh god, there's so much lore that needs to be like unloaded for this to make any sense. I've been working on a series on how to spot bootlegs. So oh god, this is all going back. This is how talking to me goes. So remember we were talking right before the podcast started about how that $700 set. Thank you, Reese. You got that right. You read my mind and hit that before I even had to. Okay, so I've been collecting what we call 1-to-1 bootlegs, because I've been tracking a group that has been making bootlegs. Like this is one of them.
Oh, wow.
It has
official set.
Yeah, it has like the Flatiron Filmworks. Yep. It has the official branding and everything. They use almost the exact product. I have Funimation bootlegs that have the mail-in form to join their mailing lists and stuff in it, printed out and everything. So yeah, the $700 set was actually the Rurouni Kenshin economy box set that I bought every single copy they had on Amazon and kept returning them because they all turned out to be bootlegs. And then the only one that wasn't a bootleg was the $700 set that's been up there for years from Newegg, because as soon as the bootleggers start coming out, the value of the product starts to go way down, because the entire reason why they jump into the market is because they can make money off of it. But then they flood the market, and then they're supply and demand dictates that the price goes down. right? Also, FDDNM is here, but devices are not connected, so I can't add them in. Anyway, so yeah, that was the answer to that question about the $700 set. It wasn't Legends of Galactic Heroes. It was Rurouni Kenshin Economy box set, which is not worth $700. Anyway, all right.
Galactic Heroes, though.
Oh yeah, no, totally. But see, the thing is, so to answer to see, I had to start the podcast because if we go past 10 minutes, it won't start on Facebook. So some of this should have happened previously when we were just having our discussion. But the speculation we had about the Legend of the Galactic Hero set is that eventually they have to release it in a more like not even affordable. Like I would have bought that set at $700 or $800 or whatever it is if they had just not had it in the giant, trapezoid, because if it had literally just been the sets that are in there, I would have bought those. I would have bought those $200 each and got them all. You know what I mean? But I don't want the junk because I'm kind of like the guy, like I don't want a loot crate because every month I'm going to get sent a bunch of crap I feel like I can't throw away that I'm just going to suffocate in crap.
Actually, the only thing I like in that set besides the DVD or besides the Blu-rays is the book that has like the episode guide.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's actually a really cool thing because it's literally for every single episode. I think
there's cool stuff in there.
Yeah, there's coins and lithographs.
Oh, but yeah, the thing is that they did such a bad job with that set that those coins are like, first of all, the set itself wasn't shrink wrapped. Second of all, the coins are free floating in there and scratching up the shiny metallic all over the actual Blu-rays or whatever, right?
The faceplate was the bigger concern because it
the faceplate too.
Scraping everything.
So it was just a nightmare of a set. And then the thing is that while we were tracking it as it was going on, we were noting every week, so they've sold another 2 sets, another 3 sets, right? There's still, out of the 1,000, there's still 940 left, right? And then they started to change the code on their website to hide that information. And we kept finding new ways to figure out how many they had. And they were continually like watching the forums and the podcasts and stuff that were following that stuff and circumventing how we were figuring it out to constantly change it. Like it literally got to the point where they completely removed the ability to find out at all unless you added all of them to your cart. Right? So you just add plus. So you're like, well, it's 784 left because I added that many to my cart and it won't let me add anymore. Right?
So so do you guys know how many are left?
No, they've eventually they figured out how to, like what they did is in their FDM's here.
Awful.
in their store, their storefront, they removed the quantity entirely, which is something like in Shopify that you can do. But if you're going to run a business like that, you usually want to have that in there. They're just going to do it on a pen and paper, next to the computer from now on, anytime they get an order. But I don't think they're ever going to sell the full 1,000.
Right back. I can hear my kids.
Yeah, sure.
1 second.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to get I'll get the audience all set up here. Let's pull him out just while he's not here. And then I will get the audience all up to date on this. All right. So yeah, like I said, we got the new design here, but I do have like 3 or 4 more that I'm like, some of them are so dumb and easy that I should be able to get them out quick. Some of them, making the thumbnail will literally take longer than
spikes on your site.
What's up?
Your then people viewing your site. You have some pretty good ticks on there.
This is probably me. This is because I'm logged in through the back end. Anyway, so all right. So anyway, regarding the coronavirus news, which we can get it through real quick. I'm sorry, FDDNM, who is not even here anymore. The Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's series has halted production temporarily due to COVID-19. Also, Extra Olympia Kiklos TV anime has to go on hiatus after episode 4 because the production, I assume, takes a lot of in-person work, with your claymation and all that. And of course, that's going social distancing and all that. Also, Japan extends their state of emergency declaration until May 31st. Now, also, unrelated to that, CD Japan tweeted this out, and I thought this was important for members of our audience to know. They said, currently a large number of packages are being returned every day from undeliverable countries and regions. We will carefully repackage each one and contact you once we are ready with the reshipment. We are sending out emails to every single return package during this time.
Jesus.
We ask that you support us by not sending us inquiries on your order status if you know that it is returning. Right? So, yeah. Apparently they are sending out a lot of stuff constantly, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's some news I thought you guys would find useful. And then I'm just going to power through some of this, because the faster we get through this, then the more we get to talk with Flip on non-normal podcast stuff. So War of Assured, a strategic turn-based JRPG, is 15 days left to go, and it's, almost 3/4, maybe 60, 70%, 65%, maybe. I'm not gonna wait for it to load. I don't even know what this is. I haven't looked at the thing beyond the fact that you guys shared it to me. So moving on. Paradise Girls. Did it end?
Yeah, it ended.
Oh, okay. So it won this time. It didn't cancel the day we uploaded it or whatever, or was that a different thing? I don't even remember. I still don't understand why they're on a beach in lingerie.
This is a open world MMO.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, and then When Days Rewind Volume 3 is also fully funded, still has several days to go. And then, and this was something that Flip would have actually got a kick out of, voice actor Tomokazu Seki launches a crowdfunding to save his theatrical company. So this voice actor has a company that puts on live action adaptation, like live action stage plays. And the one that he was working on that was going to be going live this year before the coronavirus stuff happened was Mazinger Z. So they're going to do one called Stand Up Mazinger Z. And because of the coronavirus, it has actually put them in such financial straits that they're actually going to go out of business unless they get money from their fans. They also did the live action stage play adaptation of Blade of the Immortal. So, anyway.
Hope it works out for them.
Yeah, no, it actually seems like they're already, they're more, when the article is written, they were already more than halfway through their goal.
Oh, cool.
All right. What else we got here? Oh, yeah. Funimation Con. So here's our new convention normal, apparently, is everything is just going to happen on the internet. Can't even do it through a Roblox server.
So are you going to anime, or are you going to Funimation Con?
No, because it doesn't have any of the things that I go to a convention for.
Okay. Now, Anime Matsuri is going to continue to push in Texas around the July timeframe.
As I have talked about in the past, I won't support Anime Matsuri.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
So anyway, yeah, this is going to take place over the time when Anime Expo normally would. So July 3rd and 4th. It's a stream of cosplay meetups. Hey, FDM's here. A stream of cosplay meetups, industry panels, Q&A sessions, and more. The con is coming to you. All right, Flip's back.
Thank you guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh,
Hey,
so we're both having connection issues?
No, he left.
No, he had a
he
kid
left
issue.
intentionally.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was like, screw these guys. I'm going.
So I just want to share this with you real quick. There's a crowdfunding going on right now because a voice actor named Tomokazu Seki has a live action stage play company, and they had a stage play plan for Mazinger Z.
Oh my
this year.
god!
Yeah, it's called Tate Mazinger Z, or Stand Up Mazinger Z, and the coronavirus has shut them down completely to the point where they're actually going to go out of business. So they started a crowdfunding campaign to try to ask fans to help them push through it. And they're only really asking for about $46,900 US, and they're already halfway there when the article was written. So they're probably going to be okay. But yeah, I just thought you'd get a kick out of that they're doing a Mazinger Z stage play. And previously they did all of the Blade of the Immortal stage plays. And I don't know if you know this, but most stage plays get a Japanese DVD release eventually.
Yeah,
So
I have a couple Common Writer stage plays.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, so that's one for the collection for anybody out there who likes to have those super niche collections about one particular thing, like remember to get those stage plays.
I'd be interested in getting that Blood Blockade Battlefront stage play, but
right on.
somebody
Yeah.
subbed it.
Yeah, that's the only problem, right?
You'd think that would be a thing. They would take these stage plays and just subtitle it in different languages, not decent subtitles, but subtitles.
It'd be interesting, actually. What if a company so this guy's having this trouble, right? Where his company is essentially going to go out of business if they don't get the funding, which they're getting the funding. I don't think they have to worry about that. But what if they started having deals with Netflix? Because the thing about Netflix is that all the stuff that you put on there has to be all the stuff that is made for Netflix has to be subtitled and dubbed in 23 different languages.
Yeah.
Right. That's how Netflix works. So wouldn't it be interesting if they actually started to go after Netflix as a way to bring in some extra money beyond just what they would get at the stage play? Because, DVD sales aren't, I think that certain companies in Japan, especially like Ghibli, is going to finally start to realize that streaming can be a bit more lucrative, in the future, especially since they have two separate deals with Ghibli. They've got the HBO in the US and Netflix everywhere else, that they're going to start to see that wow, we actually maybe should have been looking at the fact that a worldwide distribution model actually, returns quite an investment on us for something we don't actually have to produce any extra work for. It literally just goes on as a digital file, right? So I think that would be an interesting. It might be interesting to see in the future if that actually happened. Obviously, I can't guarantee it would, but if that actually happened, it'd be interesting to see if we actually got some physical releases over here with dubs or subtitles or something of that effect.
I've always wondered with the stage plays, how come they don't take the scripts and what's required to do the stage play and sell them internationally for local actors to, act it out, have theater showings of it?
Okay, because let's be real, outside of Japan, the vast majority of stage plays are not going to have a market. Nobody's going to go from seeing Wicked to going to see the stage play for Hajime no Ippo, right? That's not going to happen. The average person who's into theater isn't going to go do that.
There are some people who will go see theater.
Maybe Pokemon or something.
Of baseball coaches. Or football coaches.
Yeah,
sports
I suppose a high Q, maybe. All right. So anyway, yeah.
Speaking of Netflix, the dub for the new Ghost in the Shell series went up yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I heard about that. I don't know when I'm going to have a time to sit down and watch it, but I did watch the behind the scenes documentary or the what do you even call it? Interview with the directors about what they want to do with it. Anyway, you guys remember a little while ago we covered this article about Motion Picture Company, the studio who worked on Sonic and Detective Pikachu closes its doors, and I talked about how this is such bullshit because once again, this is Motion Picture Company in Vancouver, and the LA branch is still running strong. And I talked about how President Trump's effort to make things come back to the American economy versus the global economy. And I told you about how VFX houses always chase tax incentives. As soon as I graduated from college, everybody moved to Canada because that's where the tax incentives were. That's where all the studios moved to. And that's where they were filming everything because they got huge tax breaks to do their movies there versus doing them in the United States or anywhere else. There's been New Zealand and all these other places where it's been very beneficial to make your movie there because of the tax incentives. Well, as I said, when we covered this and I talked about all that stuff there, guess what? MPC in Bangalore has just laid off everybody en masse. Basically 60% of the workforce is going. So once again, it sort of seems to be following what I suggested, that any place outside of the U.S. is looking to close their doors because it's becoming much more lucrative to do business in the U.S. now. Or it's become so unlucrative to do it outside the U.S. that it's by proxy become lucrative to do it in the U.S. All right, we are powering through these. Only 20 minutes in. This is perfect. All right, so I will say this, though. I kind of hate that our anime collecting podcast has become all about streaming because...
Yeah, I really don't like streaming at all.
Same.
Yeah, no, same. I mean, I understand that this is the natural progression of things, but... but I as a collector, and especially because of all the times when streaming has let people down, like we've covered every single one of them, of course, because it's completely relevant to our podcast about things like the ultraviolet. Yeah, it's like all those movies you collected on ultraviolet, they're gone in a month, you know, and all that stuff. And other ways.
Are we covering the Drifters news? I can't read it from here.
No, we could talk about it in a second, but
okay.
But I wasn't. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But let me just power through this real quick. So I talked about this in the last podcast that they put the first 3 Rebuild Ava movies on YouTube, and they immediately garnered like millions of views. Well, now they've got, at the time of the article being written 1 day ago, 23.79 million views for the movies combined. And the new release date for the postponed installment has still not yet been decided. But as I said, you can view them on YouTube, and that's pretty neat.
I read the reason why they pushed back the 4th one is because they couldn't show it in theaters. Apparently, it's like pretty much done.
Okay, so not only that, I meant to. Okay, so the audience doesn't know this. In fact, I think only you guys know this right now. Actually, I guess all of you know. Anyway, so I have work tomorrow. So there's a coronavirus. That's my go to bed alarm. There's a coronavirus case in my warehouse, and we aren't supposed to know who it was, what department it was in, or what shift it was in. But because I'm friends with the guy who runs the Real Sharks podcast, and his mom works in the home department, and he was forced to be tested twice, seems pretty likely that it was the 312 home department, which is right on the other side of where I work. But because of that, like literally we've got like 30 people on our roster, and I'm not even kidding. 7 people showed up on Sunday for work. Right. Now, the way that the warehouse is built, like the system they have, they actually just pull people from all the other departments because everybody's cross-trained, so that we're able to keep running even with greatly diminished staff. But it's gotten so bad that, like I said, they opened up overtime like crazy. So I'm working tomorrow and the next day, which I normally wouldn't. And then next week, it's probably going to get worse. And I fully expect that eventually they're going to shut down the warehouse, because I think that once somebody else in the warehouse has gotten coronavirus from the original patient 0, if you will, of the warehouse, they're just not gonna keep going. Because the thing is, this is kind of funny. They started, and they announced like 3 weeks ago that they were going to start taking our temperatures as we go into the warehouse to work. Right, so you just walk in, you walk up to the glass. The guy sticks his hand through the hole and scans you with the temperature. That's like a 1 second thing, and it reads like boop, boop, reads it, and then you're like, okay, you can go through, right? But the thing is that they bought them all from China, and they've been stuck in customs for a month. So like all this stuff has been going on where there's just no movement for, like, they've built all the stalls where everybody's going to walk into, and like weeks have gone by, even to the point where we have a confirmed case in the building, and they still have not implemented this thing because they bought all the thermometers from a factory in China, and everything's stuck in customs. So anyway, I totally forgot where I was going with this, but
we gotta answer one quick question from Ren.
Go for it. Who's the extra voice? It is FlipOtaku from the Fan vs. Pro podcast, and also FlipOtaku, the YouTube channel. So, real quick, let me pull back into this. We'll get through this. No, I remember where I was going with this. Wow, I don't know why that got all off topic. I'm a little hyper right now. I'm having caffeine at a time right before I'm supposed to go to bed.
Breathe.
Here's the thing. So you were talking about the 4th movie being pushed back simply because they wouldn't be able to show it in theaters. I think that that's very likely, actually. And I had a professor in film school that I'm friends with on Facebook that I see a lot of interesting film-related things. He shared something that wasn't linked to an article. Otherwise, I would have already put it in the doc and we'd be talking about it right now. But he just typed up a little thing, and I read about it, and it said that I think it was AMC. Is AMC? They're the largest theater in the U.S., right?
Yep.
Yeah, they've threatened. They basically decided that after the coronavirus pandemic is over, they're no longer gonna be showing Universal movies in their theaters because Universal has decided to continue with the online premiere releases.
Trolls made over $100 million in a weekend, just from
Trolls.
Trolls did, yeah. Trolls, and I know that we watched it because we have a kid. She's 2, and the Trolls movie made over $100 million in a 4-day period, just from video on demand. It was like $20.
Just because people are stuck in home, at home, and they need something other than Peppa Pig.
Yeah.
That explains why I see so much promotion for this series.
You know, it's actually, as far as stuff my kid watches, it's not that bad.
Good.
I like that a lot more than. Is your kid into Blippi? Do you know what Blippi is?
No.
The YouTuber. It's like it's this dude who dresses up in like these colorful suspenders, and he teaches them colors and stuff. But he's so obnoxious.
Yeah.
But Trolls is pretty good.
My kids
they
watch.
Said no more, which is James Bond, Fast and Furious.
I love it. It's like AMC literally just like cut off their nose to spite their face, right? They're like, well, we're a dying industry. It's like, well, get that blood out of there faster. Seriously, you're only hurting yourself by doing that. Like, do you think Universal is gonna get hurt? No.
They apologized after it too.
First of all,
not gonna do that shit again.
AMC's not the only one on the block. You're literally giving your competitor Cinemark, what's the other one? Century, right? Yeah. Theaters. You're giving them the upper hand because I wanted to go see the new James Bond, but the AMC doesn't have it. I'm gonna go down the road to the other theater. That's like I when I was growing up, I had literally there's AMC and United Artists literally in the same parking lot. It's like literally, it's like, oh shit, AMC doesn't have it. It's like, well, I guess I'm gonna get back in my car and move a parking space over and go to the next one. It's like literally that's what they're doing. It's just such a stupid idea. Anyway, so yeah, I think that the Ava thing, I think you're dead right. I think that is actually why they probably postponed it on their end, because I don't think Japan is willing to embrace. No, because they've got such a meet and greet way of promotion. You know what I mean?
And also, that was supposed to come out during the Olympics too. Like that was supposed to be like a huge thing. They were going to have a lot of people in the country. The biggest, like one of the biggest Japanese properties of all time, has its final film in theaters. It was going to be a big deal. So I guarantee you,
this is not something they planned for.
No, this is not something they planned for at all. And it makes me sad because I'm a huge Eva fan, like massive Eva fan. And, I thought, wow, Final Fantasy VII Remake came out this year. The other thing that's never supposed to come out is going to come out this year as well. And then it got delayed, and I was like, God damn it. The one, the second thing I was looking forward to.
But the thing that's ironic about it is that, so going back to the article here, they uploaded the first 3 films to YouTube, and they've been viewed more than 23 million times. I mean, I think it's pretty likely that if they were to do a video on demand of the 4th one and release it worldwide, if they were to just spend the time to put subtitles in it in a bunch of different languages, like I said, with the Netflix model, 23 different languages, if you were to release that worldwide, you'd have 100 million in an hour. You know what I mean? Like, do
you think this was made? Because there's no reason why they put those films up on YouTube. Do you think they were testing the grounds?
I do.
To see how many people like Eva and see what countries are viewing it from?
Yeah. I think that was exactly the reason. I think that there was a meeting probably where they said, where the businessmen who said, well, okay, so here's our old plan, Olympics plus, like Ava release equals $, like all that. And then they're like, so that ain't happening because we forgot to factor in Corona-chan right here, So what do we do now? And somebody's like, we don't and I feel like I think that's what happened, is that they had to have this meeting, and then they just said, well, we could gauge audience reaction and look at what other companies are doing and start chasing, that competition. And I think that that's probably what's eventually going to happen. I would almost guarantee that they're going to release this online, video on demand style, Now they might do it. I think some companies are going to try to bid for exclusivity, sort of in the way the Interspecies Reviewer was on Tokyo MX. Is that what it was, Reese?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So certain companies will get that exclusive. I think there will be a bid for that. I don't think they should take it. I think they'll make significantly more money if they were to put it out, in a way where literally anybody in the world could watch it, kind of thing.
This also makes me wonder if the other big movies this year, like Hathaway's Flash, if all that's pushed back.
I think the majority of things need to be pushed back due to production. We've been covering a lot of this on the podcast about the compositing process being the one that's really fouling things up, because a lot of the other things can be done, like from home even, but when it comes to actually compiling everything together, it's just like that requires machinery and stuff that most people just don't have at their home. And so I think that most of the anime production, like especially for seasonal anime, that's stopping right now is of course happening because they can't keep going. They can't bring people into a studio to do the recording process because they have to sanitize every single, after every single person comes in, and then the audio engineers are going to be in there the whole time. They're going to interact with all those different people who have their own social bubble of people that they still interact with, or even during the pandemic and everything. So
it's that you can't scrub the foam because it's foam. You have to rip out and replace it every time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not an ideal process. Let's put it that way. Anyway, so continuing, we got a lot more streaming news here, but I really do think that they're going to start doing a lot more of that.
I hope so.
Yeah, and I honestly, I think. Go ahead.
One movie that's supposed to come out in May, Scoob, the new Scooby-Doo movie. Instead of it having a theater release, you can just buy it. Here you go, watch it.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it doesn't get in the way of me being able to also physically own stuff,
right.
I'm 100% for things going streaming.
Yeah.
If you can't own it and slap your friends with it, what's the part of not owning it?
I still want to be able to go to the movies because I think that there's an experience there that I won't get at home, especially right now. I can't even enjoy half the anime I watch at home because I just don't have a dedicated like entertainment system for it, and I don't know if you guys have ever tried to watch anime long term in your bed where you're like,
yeah,
it's just terrible. It's a terrible way to watch anything, and sitting up in bed just isn't comfortable long term, so
but not everyone can afford the audio license to have loud equipment in their home.
Well,
in some states,
I'm talking about having a sofa and a big screen. I'm not talking about needing some 5.1 surround. I'm saying that I don't have the bare minimum viewing optimums.
So me and my wife are looking for houses, and one of the things that we're looking for, and Taylor's going to let me do this, is I get to turn, if there's a basement, I get to turn the basement into a movie theater. And I can do whatever I want to it. I'm going to get a 4K projector. I'm going to get Dolby Atmos surround. I'm so that's the one thing I'm excited about because I'm going to watch nothing but anime on it, even though I'm going to spend a bunch of money on 4K shit.
For a cheaper soundproofing option, if you can find a local high school or somewhere that has a drama class, if you can buy their curtains, that would be perfect to just drape around.
Yeah,
I literally have those behind my computer right now to keep the sound dampening for the echo behind it. This is my Berserk tumbler. All right. So I always just say that I like the idea of so here's the problem with releasing things on demand. When something is in the theater, it gets cam ripped, right? Somebody goes in, usually in China. You'll notice that all the cam rips have the Chinese subtitles when the stuff comes up at first, but somebody in China, because obviously China doesn't care about trademark nearly as much as most other countries, so it's a lot easier to get away with sneaking a camera in there. And most of the best cam rips are done by the projectionist, right? They literally plug the audio directly into their camcorder and set it up there with the projection and film the whole thing from a still location.
Bird's eye view.
Yeah. So.
But I do love those, when Twitch does the premieres, I do love the interaction of people because it's like you're in a theater, you're seeing people, but you're not getting the same experience of especially for me and you are dads. Our kids might if this continues, our kids might not ever experience going to the movies.
Oh, dude, look, that's the problem. That's why I'm so upset about how they're handling this, because whether it needed to or not, the government is turning this into our kids' generation's version of 9/11.
Yeah.
right? They're calling this, the post-COVID-19 world. It's like, there's nothing that says that has to be a thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we don't have to do that. And that's why I argued at the beginning that I would rather full-on martial law for a month and a half to 2 months, where the lockdown is just strictly enforced and like everything, like debts are canceled on a hiatus or something for 2 straight months, you know, send in National Guard to deliver food to houses and whatnot, check on people, lock us down for 2 months to a degree that is ridiculous, because 2 months of that is easier to come back from than dragging this out for a year and a half and things never going back to normal.
See,
You know,
I completely agree with you.
this is the new normal. They're
100%
gonna call
agree
it.
with you.
Yeah. So
A month or 2 is nothing compared to
yeah.
10 years.
And honestly, that's all you needed. That's all you needed. You just need to shut. If you were able to shut the country down for 2 months, that's more than enough time to isolate exactly where the clusters are and stop it from spreading. You know,
but Flip, a few days ago, you did like a spaghetti dinner to donate somewhere. How did that go?
Okay, so the way our restaurant's working is that we have 8 to 9 signs. They're all color coded, and they all say the same thing: do not enter, call us.
Yeah.
People still walk in. So the way that we did that, we did that. So we've been feeding the homeless every month. Homeless people or battered women's shelters, because I guess domestic violence is through the roof right now during this time. So instead
People
of
stuck
like
at home
eating
together.
leftovers, we've been going in there and cooking fresh food for them. And we called the local, I think it was like one of the local shelters. And the way they pulled up sideways in our parking lot. We had tables outside already prepared. And we just put the pans on, shut the door. They took them, said thank you, and drove off. And then when we were done, we disinfected everything, brought all the equipment back in. But that was not that big of a deal. The day-to-day handling, like, because if people pay cash, we put everything in a big bucket, and then at the end of the night, we wash the money with soap and water. But it's not stupid, but it's better be safe than sorry. You
Yeah.
know?
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, just to wrap up the point, getting back to the theaters doing video on demand or film releases as video on demand, the issue that is going to come with that is that they'll probably see a big spike in sales because people have such low attention spans that, let's say, okay, so when you go to the theater, you spend, I don't know, $15 a ticket, especially if you're getting some gimmick like 3D or whatever, right? And then you sit down for like an hour and a half, and it's like there's part of that experience is there. You actually have to drive to get there, so you're not just going to leave. But I guarantee you, people sit at home and they start video on demand. They're going to spend like $10 for this movie, like $9.99, right? And then you're going to sit down and watch the movie. You're going to get 20 minutes into it, and like this movie sucks, and then you're going to buy a different movie. Right. And so I think that the problem is that on the one hand, I think that they're actually going to see an increase in profits because it's going to be available to more places. People aren't going to have to go out of their house to do things. A bunch of hikikomori people are going to be stuck at home and be like, look at all this stuff I can watch, you know. But then on the other hand, there's going to be the problem of, like I said before, in the olden days, like right now, you get the cam rip, and the cam rip comes out, you know, usually once the movie comes out in China, right? And then it hits the internet and then it's everywhere. But you're still watching a really shitty quality version. But when it comes to doing stuff on demand, there's the screen recording, right? And there's the sampled audio from what's being piped into your computer or whatever you're watching it on. And then you get like a perfect rip, right? Then you basically almost get a web rip essentially right away, release day, you know? So I'm totally okay with this. It would make the first impression series significantly easier on me to be able to go to a movie theater and watch a movie and have it already available for me to start editing with as soon as I get home. But I do think that that's why there's pause. That's why people are having pause on the issue, because in order to actually make this market work, you're going to have to charge so much less for the cost of admission that it becomes more inefficient for somebody to try to find a website to illegally download it off of. You know what I mean? Like to the point where it's like when a song costs 99 cents, you like, oh, there's a remix of this song. Oh, that's only 99 cents, or an app is only 99 cents, right? And some of the best apps are only 99 cents. And some people won't buy them, and other people like that's so cheap that you buy it and never use it and forget about it because it's only 99 cents, you know? So I think that that's where things are going to really come to at the end of it, at the end of the day, is that you're going to have to make I've always said this about pirating. The way that you stop piracy is to make the legitimate way of doing things more efficient or more convenient than the piracy.
Yeah,
the piracy,
Common
right?
Writer. Jesus. The only way I can
Like so.
consume that is pirating.
So there you go. Like I've said before, if you don't because when you have to go to a download site and they've got all the fake buttons that say download that are actually your spyware downloading or whatever, eventually paying 99 cents is easier than deep cleaning your computer every year and a half for it getting eaten alive by all the viruses, right? So anyway, continuing here, Ultraman episodes are being released on YouTube, on Super RHYS YouTube channel. Starting Sunday, May 3rd, they're going to be launching an updated weekly video distribution program called Ultra Science Fiction Hour. And in the program, they're going to be showing 10 episodes carefully selected to express the message that they want to send to their fans. And they're going to be starting with the final episode of Ultraman's 5th series, Ultraman Ace, which originally finished airing in 1973. So,
have you noticed there's been a huge push for tokusatsu here in the West?
Yes.
I'm all for it. I'm 100% for it.
I don't know that I would say that there's a push.
Toei's been uploading the first two. They've gone past. Well, they first said the first 2 episodes of all their shows, and they've been going through each year, and now they're at episode 6 of certain shows.
I've noticed Toku Shoutsu or whatever, and I've noticed all of that stuff, but I haven't necessarily noticed a push from Western audiences. I mean, obviously it's there.
They did all 92 or 3 episodes of, it's 98. It's 98 episodes of Kamen Rider, the OG Kamen Rider series, got fully subbed and put on Tubi TV. And then now they did Kamen Rider Kuga, and then Toei, and then Shout Factory keeps saying, hey, fans are going to be pleased. I really hope they do a Blu-ray or DVD set. Toei has their own YouTube channel, which, funny enough, Toei is the one that copyright striked me in August of last year, and I couldn't stream for 90 days. Their bots copyright strike their own channel into oblivion, and they
we covered that when that happened.
It's just so awesome because I'm such a Toku fan, and the Mill Creek Ultraman sets are incredible.
I've noticed after Mill Creek, some people try to hear in this, but when Mill Creek released the Ghost in the Shell TV series on Blu-ray, and no one liked.
I thought that was Manga Entertainment. That wasn't Mill Creek.
Manga Entertainment will always keep their name on that, but Mill Creek was the one that released it in the U.S.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I know Mill Creek used to do terrible work. This is a very bad set.
Dude, I bought this at Best Buy from the dollar bin.
It's a terrible set. It really is.
Yeah.
They did Iron King, Super Robot Red Baron, I think it was the other 2, and they're terrible. Each of the discs, this at least has a disc tray. In the Super Robot Red Baron ones, they're in sleeves.
They're in the sleeves in the stacker.
It did have when it was in the bigger one, not the thin pack, but the bigger.
No, it's a stack pack. What he's got. That's what he's talking about. It's a stack pack. But he's saying, oh no, this is the one that you're talking about. Actually, this is the style where it's in
that's the one. All their other ones are like that. So when they announced last year, hey, we're gonna start putting out every Ultraman show, I rolled my eyes. I was like, okay, it's gonna be like this, but the quality is so good. They've made me a fan now.
Yeah, dude, we covered way early into the podcast. So this is episode 100. We've been doing this for a while. Way early into the podcast, we covered an article from Anime News Network. It was actually kind of old at the time, but it was really funny about a Thai businessman who swindled Tsuburaya out of all the Ultraman rights. Do you know about Sambote Sang guy? Sambote Sands? This guy literally forged the signature of he did. You remember in Parks and Rec when Ron Swanson says, "It's okay, I have a permit," and he hands the guy a piece of paper that says, "I do what I want." Yeah. Right? He basically did that by forging Noboru Tsuburaya's signature, and then they had to do like a court case that involved trying to find out if he was even in the country at the time. And they like had digital records of his passport and stuff, but they couldn't verify that they were accurate because the way that they scanned them, they could have taken them from two separate passports. It was kind of useless. And then in Japan, they determined one thing, and in Thailand, they determined the exact opposite thing with the same evidence. Man, it was such a funny story about the guy literally just wrote off. He just wrote, "I have all of Ultraman in perpetuity forever," because Tsuburaya says so.
You made a clip of that.
Yeah, we do. There's a I'll send it to you later. Anyway, yeah. So I fully welcome Toku stuff coming over here. I really want. Discotech released Just Beyond, which by the way I did buy.
Hell yeah, buy. I've been on record saying that's my favorite Blu-ray of last year. To the point Justin hates talking to me about it. Because I
saw last night.
I have watched that show at least, I want to say, probably 8 times.
Oh wow!
Man, I can't wait! I can't wait to watch it. I bought it on RHYS stuff, and I always do this. I make the mistake of buying something I want to watch right away with a pre-order. That means that it won't ship for another month or two. Yep. So I'm still waiting. I think it's I think what's holding it up is my not Shinjuku Private Eyes, City Hunter Blu-ray for Part 2, which I think is coming out in June. So anyway, but yeah, there's
a couple of Toku shows last year. They did Starfleet.
Right. So I was gonna say,
Galactic Wars.
I really want them to release Gridman, which has a Blu-ray release in Japan and has a HD-ish version on Amazon Prime, right? Viewable. And then don't you think they should totally get on Tokusatsu Spider-Man? Jump on that while it's hot.
So I know something. It's not regarding Discotech, but I do know that since Tsuburaya owns Gridman, Mill Creek potentially could release it.
Well, I'll totally buy it if they do.
It's like part of the extended ultra. Yeah, see, you get the Super
Samurai Cyber Squad.
I wish these would get a re-release because there's no reason for this to be way too expensive, especially the first box set.
It's so funny. I did a video with Augie when we went to Anime Expo was that 2017 or 2018?
2018.
That's 2018, right? When we went to Anime Expo together, we saw the premiere for the first episode of SSS Gridman.
It's so good.
Well, I had problems with it based on the premiere, namely because it was so freaking loud in the entertainment hall, and we were like, wait, it was awful. Anyway, but I actually bought the set that Augie was just showing so that I could get a higher resolution than was available of the opening where it says Superhuman Samurai, right? And then literally like the day after it arrived, then I ripped that DVD. Somebody uploaded it because of the popularity of Gridman coming out.
To go back what you were saying about the Japanese Spider-Man, I have a feeling Marvel's going to do something because in Japan they're reissuing really expensive set of figures. The Mech is getting his own Soulja Goken figure. Spider-Man's getting his own really nice figure, and then that version is going to be in the next Enter the Spider-Verse movie.
Yeah, and that's why I thought Discotech should jump on it.
Yeah, so yeah. I think something's going to happen.
Yeah, I was thinking it just seemed like a missed opportunity because Gridman gets finished and it gets released. Then like come on, Discotech, jump on that freaking Blu-ray. It's already got a Blu-ray in Japan. Release that, and then
I would love for them to do more Metal Heroes.
And then with the Into the Spider-Verse too. I just feel like it would be such a great opportunity for them. Anyway, so continuing here, power through a couple more here because there's a little bit more. Is the Order a Rabbit anime franchise opens official YouTube channel to post videos every week. In the first video is a digest clip of Chimame Tai Onemon live Chimame March in Osaka, which is actually was originally included in the bonus disc for the first time limited production edition of Is the Order a Rabbit? Dear My Sister films DVD Blu-ray release in May 2018. So there you go. Something that you had to buy a super special limited production edition is going to be on YouTube for free. It's only going to be up for 24 hours, but it just seems like a way to. We've already talked about this in the past about the light novels. The light novels for was it Overlord? The special light novel in the Japanese box set?
the Blu-ray set for like season 3.
They were complaining that they got leaked online because people bought them and translated them, and they're like,
yes, it was Overlord. If you can hear me,
yes, I can hear you. Anyway, so we get a little bit more of that. It's like, we've made this incentive for you to buy this product, and then we've made it free to everybody for 24 hours. So continuing here. All right, so WTK has announced here that streaming on Retro Crush is Pastel Yumi, the Magical Idol, Creamy Mommy, Curtain Call, Creamy Mommy, Lovely Serenade, Creamy Mommy, Zuto Kito Moto, and Minky Momo versus Creamy Mommy, right? Now, some of these are real short, but so these are on Retro Crush, right? Now, in other news related to Creamy Mommy, this is the weirdest thing ever. Let's enjoy at-home exercises with 3D CG Creamy Mommy in videos. Now, I find this quite funny. So, Creamy Mommy, from the classic Magical Girl TV anime series in the mid-1980s, Creamy Mommy the Magical Girl, has opened her official YouTube channel. Official, right?
FDDNM is gone again.
Yeah, to offer lesson videos for a variety of at-home exercises you can do without any equipment. Again, this is her official YouTube channel. Each of the first 3 videos from the Creamy Exercise Project features the original TV anime series opening theme, Delicate ni Tsukishite, the first ending theme, Pajama no Mama Day, and the second ending song, Love Sare Genaku. And most importantly, Takako Ota, the original voice cast of the protagonist, Yu Morisawa / Creamy Mommy, joins the project to play the character once again. This is gonna really suck if this doesn't happen. So here's all the videos, right? Oh, they were blocked by Tokuma Japan Communications Company. Literally all of them on the official YouTube channel were blocked by another company in Japan that supposedly, I guess, had some claim to the songs. So regarding what happened with you and Toei, Flip, is that eventually, perhaps due to your connections in the industry, you may be able to get whitelisted by some of these companies so that you don't get flagged by their auto content ID system.
This was back when I had like no subscribers. I was live streaming. Someone sent me a clip, and I literally it was so fast. I had no audio, and it was in like a video, like a very small video. It was very weird, and it was like within, I would say, less than 10 seconds. The video went up, and it was a video of a YouTube video. It was like someone had uploaded an entire scene from like Sentai vs. Kamen Rider, and I was watching it, and the next thing you know, it just said you are not live anymore, and I was like, wait, and I was like, oh,
that happened. That happened to countless channels while they were streaming the debates for the presidential election.
Jesus.
Right? Do you remember that? Like all sorts of channels, just all of a sudden they got about 10 minutes in the debate, and then the entire channel just disappeared. Right? No, it's a terrible system. But yeah, I'm just saying that now you could probably in the future you probably could actually get away with that, especially if things continue to change in the industry, because Japan has this weird thing about not thinking, like they like hate fandom, right? In a weird sort of way.
Like Japanese companies don't they don't know how to like really advertise or show their or sell content outside of Japan. Yeah. It's so weird. It makes me so mad because there's so many franchises that I've had to resort to just watching raw or adding my own, like importing the Blu-ray and adding my own subtitles to it. Like it's just,
yeah, we've all felt that pain here. So I think the company
personify. I think the best way to personify the Japanese dealings as we're describing is kind of like Yosemite Sam. He's after something, but it's his is his, and it blows up in his face all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
If
he
we're
is,
gonna put
he
it
is,
that way.
he is completely right.
So I oh my god. So I think the company that actually has handled this whole thing the best is actually the creators of Minecraft, because they made it so that literally anybody can upload footage of the game to YouTube. No restrictions. The music is all able to be put on YouTube and everything, and they have grown so exponentially because of that. Specifically because of that, to the point where the people who make YouTube content. Speaking as somebody who has a Minecraft channel, you buy like 3 or 4 camera accounts over time. Like so they keep making more and more money off of you just because the projects you make get bigger and bigger, and the people you get into it and everything. And then you've got Nintendo who like tries to shut down people for playing their games, and it's like, how retarded are you? How dumb is this? We talked about a law that was being proposed in Japan about them basically trying to ban you from discussing popular culture, right? Like just such retarded. They want to control things so much because the way that Japan works is everything is in person, right? They have this weird thing in business in Japan where people will go to work and they will leave work and get on a train for an hour to go to another, prefecture to meet somebody, to shake their hand and give them a pamphlet of something that could have been emailed, right? And then bow, right? And then leave and go back home. Like there's so many correspondence in Japan that could happen over email, but because of the Hanko seals and everything that they have have this weird structure that hasn't adapted into the new like technologically advanced world. And so when it comes to their meet and greets and everything, like they have all these things where you meet the idol, you shake the idol's hand, right? And you have all these things that have to be done in person when they could be embracing the fact that you can reach exponentially more people on the internet than you can in person, especially in a place like Japan. You know what I mean? So continuing,
Oh, yeah, have you ever seen Creamy Mammy?
have I seen Creamy Mommy? I own it. I haven't sat down and watched it.
If you haven't watched it, it is one of the most chaotic shows of calamity I've ever seen. You just
What is it about?
Okay, so this Magical Girl series is one about a girl who gets 2 pets, and her power is to, from 9-year-old to teenage, you have the age aggression and degression, and she becomes a pop-up idol. So along the way, she gets into more mischief than she can handle, and her parents know. What's strange about it, if you compare it to Sailor Moon,
got released over here by Anime Souls.
Instead of it being like in a secret, she's out and open about it. Even her mom changed.
Yeah, it seems like a wild ride.
Dude,
First episode, one of the fat kids was like running down the street to catch up and just pushes this U-Haul truck just out of the way.
So I do think it's worth addressing this just because I left it kind of without the full history of it. Duo Stuff said, actually, Nintendo stopped enforcing those copyright things in late 2018, coincidentally around the release of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Yeah, good on them, finally. And he also said, also interestingly, Nintendo wasn't very good at enforcing it since my videos had never been claimed in the past. Yeah, I don't know what their goal was. It's companies are so weird. The stuff that Naughty Dog is trying to do right now is just absurd. It's going to have the exact opposite effect of what you want.
I actually had a really big conspiracy theory about Naughty Dog, was that I had a feeling that they pushed back Last of Us until the PS5 was going to come out, because I think consoles are going to be scarce because of this whole thing. And I think they were going to need a big game because it got delayed for no reason. They were like, we can't publish a disc or whatever. But the moment that leak came out, they're like, next month it's coming out. It's like,
but are they going to release it physically, or is it going to be like the download onto your console?
They said physically it's going to come out. It's going to be up to the retailers to get it to you.
I haven't bought a console since PlayStation 2, so I wouldn't even know.
Yeah. Wow, that's
this costs money, dude.
I know,
I can't
man.
afford the game.
How much do you think you have invested in your anime collection?
Honestly, probably at minimum 50 grand.
Yeah.
There goes FDM again. All right. So let me power through these. We got a couple more here. Maiden Abyss and Nanan Biori available for free come Children's Day. They're going to be on Abema TV, so it's probably not going to mean anything to anybody watching this.
That's kind of weird
also,
that Maiden Abyss is going to be free on Children's Day when it kind of is a little bit.
That's what I was thinking too. I've never seen it, but I know it gets pretty freaking dark.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, as you discussed on Fan versus Pro last night, a lot of Toku shows are pretty brutal to children, like literally killing children in them. So. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, you guys are talking about Detective Conan. That's the other thing I wanted to talk to Justin about, but he kind of addressed that was. So, and again, this is another thing we speculated on, that the choice with the new cast, that was what was brought up in your show last night, was why didn't they try to get Funimation's cast? See, the thing that's irritating to me about this is that it's not just Funimation's cast, which I think was a shame that was lost in the fact that TMS wanted to do something new, but it's that the show is being sold as Case Closed, not Detective Conan. But we're going to redub it with new voice actors, but we're going to call the characters the Japanese names rather than the English names that everybody in America already knew from watching it when it was on Adult Swim.
And there's also in the manga releases.
Right, and all the manga releases also call him Inspector McGuire, Jimmy Kudo, all those things, right? So, like, literally the entire fan base that already exists in the U.S., that's what they grew up liking, right? And it seems dumb to me that if anybody wanted to have the Japanese voice, the Japanese names, they just watch the Japanese version, right? The subtitle one. And they got all the character names there. It just seemed weird to me. Now I get it. As I said, we speculated that it was TMS or Japanese companies that were involved with the process that made such a bizarre, not so good decision, right? Same thing with the Ava dub, where they decided to force them to refer to them as instead of calling them the first child, second child, third child, to every one of them's first children. That's how you refer to the person, right? And all that stuff. But yeah, it's such a shame because I think that could have really gone over well. And in fact, my hopes and dreams were dashed over the fact that all I want is for them to get the original Tony Oliver, Richard Epcar, all of them back for the Lupin cast and the old Funimation cast for Case Closed, and do the Lupin special with a dub, where they Case Closed versus Detective Conan versus Lupin, right? That would have been amazing, right? To get the old cast back together like that. Anyway, so Love Live, both the Love Live anime will be free for a week. So Otaku, so if you're watching, you can finally get it for free. But also interestingly, so this is going to be available for a week. But also, Funimation announced recently a streaming agreement with NIS America. So they're actually going to get Love Live School Idol Project, which is season 2, and Love Live the School Idol Project movie, right? They're going to be getting those available almost immediately on actually today, right? Starting from May 5th. Yep. They also have Toradora, Cardcaptor Sakura, Nagiastu, A Lull in the Sea, and then coming in the future, they'll have all these other ones, right? So there's more stuff coming there. And then How Not to Summon a Demon Lord, the entirety of it was officially made viewable for free on YouTube, which is kind of funny, right? Considering what this show is about and how it works,
God.
right? So follow up to that, literally, I think it was in under a day, the entire thing was banned off YouTube for the content in it.
It's pretty spicy.
Yeah. Okay, and then we've got just a little thing here. Studio Ghibli is uploading little, very, very, very short tours of the Ghibli Museum, which is already impossible to get into. You have to have like an invite, right? But even now, it's even harder to get into, obviously, because of coronavirus. So that's another thing you guys can check out. And I think, oh no, man, we're not even close to where I thought we were. This will go quick.
Pickups.
I'm trying to get us to release news. Oh, we didn't do pickups. You're right. Sorry.
We did not do pickups.
Sorry. Who wants to go first? Who has pickups?
I have pickups. Moving on me, Scotty. So
Go for it.
previously, I mentioned that I'm trying to complete Leiji Matsumoto's work that was released in the U.S. that he worked on. And prior, the 1, 2, 3 sets of Star Blazers was revealed. So today I have the Yamato movie box set, which one of these movies is the longest anime movie up to date. The Disappearance of Haruhi was beat by it by about 3 seconds.
How long is it?
4.5 hours, but half your day awake.
I'm sorry. So you're saying Disappearance of Haruhi was
That's not
beat by
4.5 hours.
3 seconds.
I
And
think
then
you got
4.5 hours.
I think you've got your numbers wrong, Aggie.
Yeah, I think
Well, I
I
have my
think you're
numbers
quite
wrong.
accurate.
I know
There.
the
In fact, in the articles I was reading, well, we'll cover this when we get to it. I'll save it for. I'll save the SmackDown. Hey, Kaiser Triggers here.
Along with that is the live action Space Battleship Yamato movie.
Is that live action? Oh, it is live action. I thought it was CG.
That's good.
So if you guys have seen the video on my channel about the VFX breakdown for Evangelion and Other Impact, the guy who did the effects in that also did the effects in that movie. Augie was just showing you.
So up next we have Star Blazer 2199 Part 1.
Yes, one of the best remakes of all time.
Is that the one where they do it on in the anime?
Yeah.
From when we covered the article about
Of
Yoshiyuki
20.
Tomino talking about Shinkai. They covered that in that article.
They're not doing it enough in the Shinkai
Yeah,
movie.
they're not grabbing each other by the crotch.
2, Part 1.
2202 is all right. 2101 is just such. 2199 is. I think it's almost a 10 out of 10. It's so good.
And we have 22 Star Blazers 2202 Part 2.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
So are you showing me the things that if I were to buy them, I'd be getting the limited editions with that ridiculous starburst effect that'll blind you if you look at it in the side?
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't
Okay.
go because
Still checking.
I'm not going to search for it. I was able to get these 3 for a really good price, and right now this sealed Yamato box is like $50 brand new on Amazon right now. I still got more, but also I got The Lost Track, the Roger Corman Galaxy Express movie.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Check if you can read it for the audience. This one also has Joey as the main character.
Okay.
Isn't that the VHS?
Yes, this is VHS, and for some if I recall, Savakis, they weren't able to get this because of the
Carl
Roger.
Masick, you mean?
Who?
Carl Masick, not Carl Savakis.
What?
Yeah, Carl Masick is the guy's name.
You said Savakis.
Yeah, Justin Savakis.
Oh, he's talking about Discotheque. Probably couldn't get that because of the
Yeah.
Right. And more than new stuff. So we have the vanilla, the chocolate, the strawberry, the apple cinnamon of Kyokara Mao.
How do you like
I
that?
don't think that's mint. Oh, have you ever seen Kill Carmel, Flip?
I own all of it. I have not seen any of it.
So is the dub on there?
For the first 2 seasons, yeah.
For the first, okay, yeah. So I saw it when Geneon had it. It's like a love letter in a way to Ray Harryhausen in the character design for the villain, for like the creatures and stuff. They look like the old skeletons from his old like Sinbad and stuff. Yeah, I freaking love it. It's a little weird. There's like a weird forced Yuri going on from one character to the other that's totally not into it, but it's like very humorous. But yeah, I think it's a great watch.
What do you mean, Yowie? I see a lot of males.
Sorry, I meant to say Yowie. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Rather be Yuri.
Sorry. I don't know if you know this, Flip, but I actually went to the 6-hour marathon in the theater for Yuri on Ice.
Oh, wow. Why?
Which should have been called Yowie on Ice, of course. So it's always screwed me up ever since then.
That I actually really like that show. That was a good show.
We had a lot to say about it in the car.
I'm not a fan of how the spines, like the third one's got a darker spine.
Well,
yeah. Oh, it's got Miami Gun syndrome.
That's not very
Brady, why?
That's not cool.
Come on, Brady. I think there's a reason for that because R is like, what's the difference between R and the main series? Isn't it like all the OVAs? Okay, yeah.
All right. Is that it, Augie?
No, there's more.
Huh.
That puzzle.
I
And
hope everybody else is ready with theirs.
1 through 3.
What is that?
Puzzle and Dragon 6.
Oh, Puzzle and Dragon.
Yeah.
I used to play that on my phone all the time. Is the show good?
I can't wait till the Raid Shadow Legends anime comes out.
It looks very fun. So I'm hoping it's fun.
I'm a sucker for kids shows like that, like Beyblade, like Dinosaur King is what I want to be.
Yeah, that's like right here.
I love Dinosaur King, man. I think that show is so rad. I love Dinosaur King.
I'm kind of hoping that Discotech will eventually get Tokyo Pig, but I don't know how the Tokyo Pig movie ended up selling, but that's something far else.
So here's a question. I'm curious. If Discotech did get Tokyo Pig and they got the original, episodes that have been dubbed over here, would they edit out Harvey Weinstein's name from the opening credits?
I don't think they would. Justin has told me he's pretty has a hard stance on censoring stuff. But here's the thing. Would it be considered censoring to just use the Japanese opening instead?
They could do like they did with darn it, I watched Monkey Magic, where you have the option to watch the English opening and closing, but when you go through your marathon play, you watch the Japanese opening and closing.
Well, if you're going to do marathon play, they should have done it the way that the brick sets do for Dragon Ball, where they just remove the opening and ending credits and you just watch it marathon. So the thing is that the Harvey Weinstein thing, I think, is actually let me put it this way. It's like if you have the opening and they change the opening credits to have the companies, if that company is no longer involved because it's like for syndication or whatever, I think you'd have to take it out, right? And hopefully you'd have the source material that would have the layer separate or whatever, where you'd be able to do that. Anyway, I just think it's funny because every time I watch that DVD, which by the way, Tokyo Pig is freaking great. If anybody hasn't seen it, it really is really funny, and the puns translate like stupid well for anime. They shouldn't have been able to do that, but yeah, it's a great show. But it's just always funny because you're watching the opening, it's not even the opening, it's the opening to the episode when they start having that last little bit of credits, like produced by or whatever, and Harvey Weinstein's name comes up. Anyway, back to your work here.
All right. So, is it wrong to pick up a girl in a dungeon? Arrow of the Orin. So I am current with this one. Oron. Orion.
Is it wrong?
I mean, the ethics of picking up girls is kind of, regardless of where you're doing them, it's kind of debated hotly.
Followed by,
you guys will just walk up to women and pick them up and send them somewhere.
Time to play some tennis. The whole not. This isn't tennis. This is shuttlecock. It's time to play shuttlecock.
Badminton.
Followed by Love Live Sunshine Season 1 and 2, because this was a better deal.
This is a classics release or essentials?
Essentials.
Classics or essentials, yeah. The one that has the annoying band at the top.
They both have the annoying band.
And then Love Live Sunshine, the movie, with a sticker right in the middle of the 6 girls.
Well, where else are you going to put it?
It's the newest idol in the group, Funny-chan.
How about this vacant space right here that would fit the stamp?
All right.
They got to showcase the newest idol, Funny-chan.
Followed by Kisagane Kiss.
Okay, seriously.
Kami,
Our last podcast was on
Kami-sama.
Thursday. How do you have so many pickups?
Season 2. I am magic, AC. I am magic.
Kami-sama Kiss.
Kami-sama Kiss. Thank you. Trying to rush before the screen changes. Pop Team Epic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that show.
There you go. Seen like half of it. I've been wanting to watch the rest of it. I'm probably going to watch it right after I get done with Demon Lord Dante. Then we have How Not to Summon a Demon Lord. Followed by some macho-ness of, let's see if I get this right in order. Season 1 of Berserk.
Someday I need to sit down and watch that, but I just I feel like I have a bunch of shows that I can't get to because I don't have an appropriate way of viewing them. Like I said with the
Berserk.
home theater, you know.
You might as well watch this one on your phone. You're not gonna miss out.
I was gonna do a VFX breakdown on it actually.
Adventure Kid.
Oh dear God. Spoken go, as we call it.
Are you done, Augie?
I'm done.
All right, Reese, you want to go?
Hang on, I gotta figure out.
Yours is just the Discord one, right?
The culture. There we go. I picked up Princess Tutu on Blu-ray. This will load. Boom. Yeah, look at that. That's a pretty artwork.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot less slutty than the version I have.
And
you know what I'm talking about with the DVD one?
I used to have the DVD one. But hang on. To answer Augie's question, not question, this is the final chapter, Final Yamato, I believe is the one. 2 hours and 43 minutes.
Okay.
Not quite. This is.
Switch the
I
camera.
believe this is the one. This is on my anime list, and then the Disciplines of Haruhi Suzumiya is 2 hours and 42 minutes.
Oh Jesus, that is slutty.
Reese, why did you get this one?
I'd say it's more Baroque inspired.
Oh yeah, that's it. You can cut me off for now.
Okay, sorry, babe. Okay, so let me. I have pickups.
Wait a minute.
Do you have anything you want to showcase?
Oh yeah, I actually went and grabbed a stack after you.
Okay, I'll do mine.
I picked up Brave Storm. This is it's a Japanese film. I would say it's a Toku film. It's a combination of two franchises, which is Super Robot Red Baron and then Silver Mask, which is an old Heisei era.
So where do you put that in your collection?
This is gonna go in the Tokusatsu stuff. That's gonna go.
I know, but I'm like when you got the crossovers.
I don't see. I'm gonna wait to organize my shelf for when we get a house. Like I'm gonna organize it like super detailed like that. Right now,
I would say that, and then I would just not ever get the house to not have to come up with an answer of where I put it.
And then I got Super Dimensional Cavalry Southern Cross.
Ooh, that's cool. Wow.
On DVD. Now I do own all three shows that made up Robotech.
Yeah.
On DVD. My goal, I've stated this before, but my goal is to have every mecha anime ever. I have a full list. I have a complete list of every mecha anime ever created. That took months of research to do because I'm writing a book on mecha anime.
There you go.
The next handful of years. So
Cool.
I'm excited to dive into this. And then I picked up I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. Have not seen this yet. This isn't usually my thing, but my wife likes these types of movies, so decided to pick that up. And then I decided to upgrade from my UK releases and got the Kill la Kill Aniplex box set.
Oh, nice.
So yeah.
Wait a minute. Is that did they make a new box set? Which is I have like the 5
Yeah,
set. That's so much more space efficient.
I've heard that the discard the discard for that one is
For this
like the episodes listed on one disc is on like 2 discs are wrong. Like it says it has 5 on one disc and it actually has 4 or something like that.
This so far just says disc 4, disc 5. There's no numbers on the discs. Let me see if it's on this.
I'd be interested if like the new
FDM's
process
here,
of
but
that
he's
has
been
fixed that.
stuck.
Huh?
So FDM, do you have any pickups?
No.
Our fourth
I have a
host-
lot of cards that I bought, but that's. I mean, I guess it's
Oh, did you wanna
tangentially
do
related
your-
to anime.
Okay, let me do my pickups real quick, and then you can do your.
Can you
rant
guys
about
actually
that.
hear me right now?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
You are coming in crystal clear, Kinnick.
Yeah, except for the fact that your avatar is straight white. There you go.
I need to confirm that you guys can actually hear me in real time before I do that rant.
Yes.
I don't believe
Yes.
we can
Okay,
hear him.
we hear you.
Let's flip it.
Let me do my quick pickups here. I got something that came in the mail today. It's a skinny, and it's gonna explain what the hell this shit is. So I picked up The Legend of Snow White, the Butterflies, which is an anime. So the thing is that I don't know what it is about Mondo TV, but they don't put the. It's got episode 15 and episode 16, so I'm going to have to determine based on all the other ones where that goes in the collection. But the thing is that the genius who sold this to me decided, and let's be real, this is probably the best thing you could do, other than, I don't know, like a little piece of bubble wrap. They just decided to put tape directly over the freaking disc.
So
Brilliant.
funny.
Absolutely brilliant. And it's probably going to take off the disc art.
Yeah, right. And then if the disc art gets ruined underneath it, if that aluminum layer comes off, I can't play the disc.
Right.
Like, so if you sell discs, don't do this. This is a terrible idea. Also, now it has a sticky residue on it that will make it get stuck in a Blu-ray player, right? Which I've had happen at my in-laws' house, and I had to take apart their DVD player to get my disc back out. All right, I managed to do that actually pretty okay. But if it had been a different type of tape, like
are you wearing a shirt that says Prada on it?
Say what?
Does your shirt say Prada?
Prana.
Oh, I thought it said Prada. I was like, damn, baller. Okay, damn, okay.
I don't know. I've had it for years. I'm wearing black pants today, so I had to wear something that wasn't black on top, you know? Anyway, so this monstrosity came in the day before. I bought a bundle of like 2 separate listings that were from the same person that came with a lot of crap that I don't need. Well, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of anime that got sold on dollar store DVDs. By the way, part of my bootleg series is about these dollar store DVDs because certain companies just assumed stuff. Playing devil's advocate. They just assumed certain shows were public domain that weren't. For instance, even stuff Discotech released has a dollar store version that looks like a VHS rip because that's what it is. Fuck, I can't get this out. They put a rubber band in here around all these sets that's making it. Oh, there's 2 rubber bands in here.
I guess I did have 1 or 2 other pickups, but they are already in the mail on the way to Canada.
Oh, I mean, I did pick up my first doujinshi. Which it's the dude behind Ultraman had a common writer doujinshi. They got a cease and desist from Toei, but then they were going to announce something this month before the whole COVID happened. Yeah. And I think they're doing an official common writer manga in the style of Ultraman because the doujinshi is very much like cybernetic suits, you know, and it looks amazing. I can't read Japanese, but as a collector of Toku, I was like, I gotta have that. That is a collector's item. Yeah,
I don't blame you. So I have these actually weird things over here. I don't know why I'm deciding to show us. If I can even find them, are they right here? They should be right here.
Rest in peace, FDDNM. We will miss you.
Rest in peace, and pull one out.
Yeah, I'll find him in a second when we're actually talking about.
You're having a rave over there, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is what was in that. Damn it. StreamYard is so slow. By the time I've clicked it and it actually starts coming, I've clicked it again. Okay, so Pocahontas. I don't know. I doubt this one's an anime. This is also released by Mondo TV, the Dream Factory.
Who did Mondo TV? Is that the same people that do Happy Tree Friends?
I don't think so. I think Mondo TV is just the shitty shell corporation that releases these dollar store DVDs until they get run out of business. The Legend of Sleeping Beauty, The Dinosaurs Land.
So are these legitimate?
Why is dinosaur plural?
Dinosaurs Land.
Well, I gotta find out.
Is there an apostrophe in there?
That'd be hilarious, but no, there isn't. Cinderella, The Way of Love, Isabel Runs Away. I think that's 2 episode titles, probably. So I'm gonna have to check. Gosh, the quality. It's gonna look even worse on YouTube, but the quality of these screenshots is horrendous.
Wow.
All of these are Mondo TV. That's nice. Okay, and then also The Legend of Snow White, A Little Fairy. So this is the one I'm collecting because I'm always trying to get, and you can tell this one's an anime. Look at the back of that. Look at that fairy. So this is the one that I know is an anime, and I've got like the Adventures of Huck and Finn and all that, the Hans Christian Andersen animes. There's also this one that came in here, The Legend of Snow White. So this is probably, this is episode 1 and 2. So I finally can start it. Now, I'm probably not even going to ever open those, honestly. But Cinderella Invitation to the Ball. Oh, shit. This looks like an anime, too. Fuck, I'd have to guess that's an anime. I don't know if it's going to be so unclear. But that really looks anime-esque to me.
Possibly.
So are these legitimate copies or are these bootlegs?
This is as legitimate as it gets in the States. So I have a spot in my heart for the skinnies. And then what the Bugs Adventures Road Track. This is like, this actually might be Japanese too. It's
it's like a Bug's Life
stop motion.
Oh, I love stop motion stuff. I'm a sucker for that crap.
And then Gulliver's Travels. This is definitely not an anime. But anyway, so these I can confirm these other ones for sure, at least, or at least I'll guess with Cinderella. But
we got an important question in the chat from the anime collector.
From me? No, from you.
Does Cinderella get cucked in that one? The one with like love runs away.
So these are the ones I already had. Legend of Snow White, The Little Child, Legend of Snow White, Ice Country, Legend of Snow White, Under the Stars, which I don't know why every other one has a completely different logo. Every one has a different fucking, they're all released by the same company. There's a different logo for each one. Anyway. All right. So that's it for me. Now I got something else I want to show you. I'm just going to jump ahead into this part real quick. I had to dig through my like closet to get to some of my art books because I have the Ora Battler Dunbine nostalgia book.
Oh my god!
I bought this at I think Kinokuniya. I wouldn't have bought it if it was at Animax or something, but the fact that I was in a bookstore, I saw
that it. Kind of ties into our topic tonight.
Yes,
for the Byston Wells saga.
Yes, which we'll get to in a minute. So FDM is gone again, so he's not going to get to do his rant on the Ghost in the Shell thing. So let's power through. We've got a little bit more here. Oh, and of course, like an idiot, I didn't open these ahead of time so it could load. So that great job, me.
I got the release stuff for right stuff.
Right. Do you have all of it or just the right stuff?
I have all of it. I'll just have all the right stuff.
Let me do these because I've got highlights. Okay. So, the Kaguya, is it Kaguya-sama Love is War? Is that what this show's called?
Yeah.
Yes.
So they did a tribute to Monogatari, Bakemonogatari. I'm not going to wait on that. I'll get back to that one. So there's a mobile game, a mobile RPG called King's Raid, which is getting an anime adaptation in this fall.
Of course,
coming up. So that's why I made the joke about the Raid Shadow Legends, because like all these mobile games, because in Japan, I don't. The company's obviously decided that everybody has a cell phone, not everybody has a console. Let's put all of our effort into mobile games, even though they're trash, most of them. Prince of Tennis is going to be having a 20th. I'm going to wait for these to load. I dropped the ball on this one. I'm sorry, everybody.
Okay, AC, like I was trying to say, for Snow White, I know that one is on Amazon Prime to stream, but I'm not sure the others.
Well, that's how I was planning to watch it.
Okay,
because I don't know how to open them.
But Flip, by any chance, would you own Shinesman, released by Anime Works, aka Media Blasters?
No, I do not.
Okay, that would be up your alley. When they dubbed it, they did I believe they did like a parody dub to like this OVA about this Power Rangers-esque tokusatsu group.
Oh, this does look like it's right up my group. Right now. Special Duty Combat Unit Shinesman. Hell yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So Shinesman. Yeah, I thought you were talking about Lensman for a second. Shinesman has the best line of any, like, because you said it's like a parody dub.
Yeah.
There's a line in it where like the Sentai Rangers are like, they're watching this guy, and the line is, they're talking about like how this guy's crazy, and he's like, that guy's crazy. He's like, yeah, he's one OVA short of a series, right? Is one of the lines. Yeah.
That's great.
When I started the channel and I was doing a review every week, that was on my list of shows I was going to do before stuff happened that made me stop doing that. But yeah, that's a great one. You should definitely check that out. Okay, so now that I've stalled enough, well, maybe not even enough, but here's the comparison of the shots to back up the claim that there's a homage, right? So this is the Kaguya-sama Love is War, right? And then we've got like a comparison here. So this side is Monogatari. This is the Kaguya-sama. Boy, this is just like the internet being so freaking wonderful in my household. I gotta say, you know, when the coronavirus first started, it was great for the podcast because we got like a ton more viewers, you know. But then now everybody else in my neighborhood is stuck at home on the internet. So it's not been so good. Okay, so here's the
price for internet, and it still sucks. Still,
you know, internet's highway robbery. I worked in a company called Hoax Films one time, and the guy who runs it like sat us down and like gave us the lowdown on how much a robbery business internet is, especially because when we doing the podcast, I had a guy who came out because my internet was so bad that we constantly were just having problems. So I tried to I had a guy come out to see if we could do anything to improve it. And when he learned that I hosted a podcast, he asked me what it was so he could check it out because he saw that I had Tenchi DVDs on my like on my computer or my TV stand, right? So that because I was watching it for our watch club, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm into that Tenchi stuff. I'll check out your podcast." And then what I get is a cease and desist from the freaking company that he worked for, telling me it was illegal for me to operate a business off of residential internet, right? Because he saw the podcast as a business, right? Because we make money doing it or whatever through ad revenue or whatever, and anyway, but the thing about residential internet or business internet is that it's like 10 times as expensive and 1/10 the speed. So at this visual effects company I was working for many years ago, they used to get in the car and drive to the house of the nearest person that worked for them and sit in their driveway and use their internet to upload things to clients because it was like 20 times faster, you know? Anyway, so Mobile RPG King's Raid to get TV anime adaptation this fall. The TV anime will tell an original story that is different from the game. Now, I haven't played the game. I don't even know how that would even work, but that's the important thing in that article. All right, here we go. Prince of Tennis celebrates its 20th anniversary with all new original anime Hyote versus Rikai. And the important thing in this article didn't load. Okay, so it's I remember it being in here. It's as the title suggests, it will focus on a match between Hyote Academy and Rikaidai Junior High School, which has never been told in the manga series, right? So it's a new a brand new thing that completely, which is a weird way of saying it, right? It was never told in the manga series. It's like, no, we're just doing a new non-canon anime OVA, right? Anyway, continuing from here. Oh my god, okay. And I've jumped past it now because it took that long to load the fact that I closed it. Come on. Well, I don't know how we're going to keep doing this show, guys. This is just
how long have you guys been doing this show? Like a year?
So originally we did the podcast every other week. So we got to episode like 26 in a year. And then eventually we started going weekly. So how long have we been doing? I guess it was just before
Almost.
Anime Expo 2017.
You're almost on the 3-year mark.
Yeah.
June
I honestly
26th.
can't believe we've kept this going this long.
Since we're okay.
How'd you guys meet?
Actually, I'm glad
through
you
collecting
asked.
group.
That was I was going to say this is how on this episode. That's when I was going to explain it. So how me and AC met was through one of the collecting groups on Facebook. He asked me if I would like to do a podcast because he's never seen someone else that's at his level and knows about the different products of DVDs and shows before. At the time, I asked him, or my reply was, "Not right now, but when I get my own place, I can do it then." 2 years later, after I graduated, I hit up AC, and we started talking and getting things rolling till the June 22nd or 26th of 2017.
Yeah. And then we we started the show. I went to Anime Expo and ranted about the horrendous AX experience they had that year when people waited in line for the entire day to get in for their 1-day pass, and the show was already over. I remember that well.
So, and then you guys went to a con together too?
No, well, eventually Augie came to California for AX 2018, and we did my normal shtick at Anime Expo. He was included. But yeah, so this new anime here coming out, Japanese mythology inspired anime film Child of Kamiari Month, slated for 2021. So I thought this was kind of interesting. So the show's called Kamiari Zuki no Kodomo, or Child of Kamiari Month, right? Kamiari Zuki is the month when there are gods. That's what that essentially translates to. It's another name for October in the lunar calendar in the Izumo region. It's inspired by a mythology that gods from all over Japan gather at the Izuma Taisha shrine that month. In other areas of Japan, it's called Kanazuki, or the month when there are no gods, because they're all in Izumo, right? Now, this gives a completely different context to Kanazuko no Miku, right? Which has the English title of Destiny of the Shrine Maiden. I haven't watched this. Have any of you guys watched this?
I have. It's not good.
Does it have anything to do with
Wait, is there
the
mechs in
absence
that?
of gods?
There is mechs in there, but the FDDNM will like it because it's a story about a guy getting cucked by two females piloting a robot.
Okay.
What's the show called?
Kanazuko. It's called Kanazuki no Miko, right?
No, that was another name.
It sucks that FDNM just left again. Before you could hear that.
Sentai re-released that as something Shrine Maidens.
Yeah, Destiny of the Shrine Maiden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. So, yeah, it's funny. I was so optimistic about how quickly we could get through this, but then the internet has just killed me. So the final 17th volume of Konosuba is going to be coming out soon, and
That's supposed to be the final volume in the series.
Oh,
yes.
no.
Trials of Mana somehow outsold Final Fantasy VII Remake.
What the?
It said here, though, finishing above Final Fantasy VII Remake on the Japanese charts, but it literally outsold it on both its Nintendo Switch and PS4 version.
Is that physical only?
Yes. I think so. I don't know, actually. That's hard to say. Probably not, because if it just came out, it's probably not had a lot of physical releases, but like the downloads to those consoles
But
being
those,
more...
but those numbers seem really low to be.
Well, this is for the Japanese market.
Okay. Even then.
But this is for the first week. 1 week of sales.
Well, at least Animal Crossing's looking pretty good.
It's
I know, right? Like, geez.
That could be the best-selling game of the year easily.
Oh yeah.
I'm dumbfounded that after the original one, people still play it. Because that game becomes a chore. Like, that's like the Tamagotchi of RPGs. Like, you have to play it or else your Tamagotchi dies, you know? Anyway.
It's just Zen.
Also, I thought this was hilarious. Once upon a time, Japan had sewing machines you controlled with the Nintendo Game Boy.
My
That's
Game Boy
pretty
was
rad.
that color.
So they actually had two separate models for this thing that you plugged in through like the thing you would use for the trading Pokemon and whatnot. And you would actually pick designs and it would embroider on the thing through the designs you chose and stuff. That's so crazy, right?
Sweet.
Like what a bizarre concept.
I mean, there's one attachment that helps you fish for the original Game Boy.
I don't think that's used in the sewing machine, but yes. So this is also interesting. Street Fighter fun fact: M. Bison's character portrait for the first Street Fighter games was completely traced from the character Washizaki from the Ricky O manga, and his portrait was continuously used for 3 games before being changed to this one. That's pretty interesting, right?
Which that one's a copy of darn it, Doom Mechalocalypse.
Yes and no. You're talking about the Taisho Monogatari, I think it's called. I have that. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'll wait till we're at
Did the live action come out over here?
yeah, I think so. That's what I'm talking about. Taisho Monogatari. It's part of Dune Megalopolis. Megalopolis. We'll get to that later. Okay, so Discotek licensed Detective Conan Episode 1, Love Hina Again, Scried, and other stuff. So these are the important things from this article. They're going to be releasing Demon City Shinjuku with English subtitles and a dub on Blu-ray in July 2020. Lupin Third Castle Cagliostro will ship on UHD 4K Blu-ray, and Lupin Third Dragon of Doom will ship on Blu-ray with both Japanese and English audio. I think Dragon of Doom is the one they've already had. That was dubbed by.
Those were Funimation Air.
Yeah, so that means Krillin is voicing Lupin, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's just
I like Sonic Straight as Lupin. I think he does a pretty good job.
yeah, but the problem with the Funimation ones is that Jigen is voiced by Chris Sabat.
Yeah.
And he's just doing his Piccolo voice, and it's like, come on, man. There's more soul to it than that. Anyway, Detective Conan. So I gotta give Brady shit for this. Like, it's almost like he's using the Comic Sans font for episode 1, and I love how it's episode 1. You know, like in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it's actually called.
I know, and Justin had to like really talk about that last night about like it's episode 1. It's actually like the 6th special of a series with, 800 episodes, but whatever.
174, I believe.
Yeah, whatever it is, you know what it is. All right, so Detective Conan Episode 1, The Great Detective Turns Small, is going to have English subtitles and an all-new English dub, but it's going to have Griffin Burns as Shinichi Kudo, again, not Jimmy Kudo, Wendy Lee as Conan Edogawa, which doesn't change, actually. Anyway, so the story retells what happened on the day when Jimmy Kudo's teenage body was transformed into that of a child. The special adds new material that was not in Gosho Aoyama's original manga or the first episode of the television anime. However, Aoyama personally supervised all aspects of the special. Although I will say this, every single time I've ever heard that, the thing that they talk about, like in this case, this special, turns out to be absolute garbage when it comes out. Like they said that about they got Mamoru Oshii to come supervise the set on Ghost in the Shell, and that movie was dog shit, the live action one.
I didn't actually hate that movie that much.
Me
I didn't hate it that much. I thought it was pretty okay.
Well, I hated it because they had so much potential for that series to do something like super sci-fi with it, and all they did was paint by numbers, copy stuff from the movies.
And also, I mean, the opening scene with the robots killing the people, that's episode 1 of Standalone Complex. It's directly
the opening scene, isn't it the actually I don't remember the opening scene of the live action movie, but I'm thinking of the jump from the roof and the camouflage and all that.
What?
Like it was just irritating. It was just irritating that they decided rather than, because I talked about it in my first impressions on that they have this world that's unlike anything else that's out there, where you have people having these philosophical discussions. They hang out in each other's cyber brains, and they have like this like virtual world that they live in that like chat room esque VR chat room thing that they do, and they had so much they could have done, and they just didn't do anything with it. And then they did that horrendously stupid rewrite because of the backlash on the whitewashing, and it's literally the one friggin' series where you could have gotten away with it because it's not even an Asian character. It's literally the ghost in the machine. Just such a list.
Let's get back to AC's happy place.
So Discotheque
is releasing Case Closed.
This isn't my happy place. I'm going to skip Love Hina. This
What? No, get back there. Get back there. The movie and this OVA stays true with the manga. The TV series, I agree, is crap because
all of it sucks except for the episode where they're in the RPG. That part's funny.
This is coming. I've read all the manga, light novels, played all the games except the one on Dreamcast. So
I love what Justice Sudeikis had to say about it last night, about it being God, he had such a great way of describing it as being like the incel wet dream or whatever. Look at how he said it. That was so funny. It was a perfect I personally I hate
was the word, I think.
Yeah, wet fest. I hate harems.
I tend to buy almost every single Discotheque title, if not every one. And that's one of the only times I've had to go, yeah, I'm not gonna pick that up.
Yeah, I'm probably, to be honest, I probably will still get it. I have I have Discotheque's old catalog before they had that like amazing resurgence a couple years ago. So I'm sort of in the same boat where it's like I will eventually own everything that they've put out just as a brand loyalist. In fact, I was thinking about this last night when Justin was talking about the authoring program for the 4K stuff and how it's so absurdly expensive that he worked out a deal with them to have like 5 1 month trials or whatever. And I'm thinking like, how many anime collectors would we need to donate $20 to just be able to buy Discotheque that license?
The thing is like also like during this time, I feel like places like Funimation are still going to be around. Places like Viz are still going to be around. But you have to really support mom and pop businesses during this hard time. And Discotheque they have some big licenses, but it literally is like 5 people like that. Work on it. It's such a small, amazing team. All of them are super personable. All of them are super nice. I've been lucky enough to be able to be good friends with Justin now. And the amount of work that dude does is just, it's not good. Like he is like constantly working. I'll text him at 4 a.m. and he'll be like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, what are you doing up? And he's like, working.
Yeah. Like I was sort of telling you in our Twitter DM conversation, like I would love to do some of the brute forcing on some of that stuff, like restoring frames, like when there's like hair in the source film, or whatever, and just like photoshopping out that one frame every 180 frames, something like that happens, and just fixing it. I'd love to take some of that off of their shoulders so that they can focus on the parts that are fun, just because being part of the process is exhilarating. You know what I mean? And I'm sure it gets old, but still, it's like, this is the kind of crap I do. Like literally, I have sat down and photoshopped subtitles from every frame of a clip I used in a video one time. I photoshopped out the end credits to Attack on Titan for the first episode of season 3 because I went to see the compilation movie that had the premiere for the first episode in theaters. And we talked about this one shot, and so I'm like, well, I got to use it, and I'm like, yeah, I just want it to not have the Japanese text pop up. So I actually tracked the footage of the dolly of the camera, and I fixed it all. I do that kind of crap all the time anyway. Just pay me to do it, and I'll take some of the load off for you.
They have, I think they have 2 subtitle guys right now, which is Logan and Mark. They started working with Amigo, and then Justin, they started working with Robert over there, and then Justin put out a call. I want to say maybe 2 years ago, and they tried out, and now they're not full-time employees, but they work on every single release.
Wow.
They do
really
good
Professor Who?
No, he's only done, I think, a couple of things. It's I think his name on Twitter is Shumulus, and then it's
Oh,
Mark
yeah.
FDR. Those two are the main dudes that do all the subtitle work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, hey, see, I've been meaning to ask you this. How come you tried like when you go to Justin's business website for the contact? Have you tried putting in your resume and stuff to apply?
See, well, okay, I don't want to go on a long tangent about this, but the thing is that I have the kind of resume where, for instance, when I was transitioning careers back into something that was a little bit more stable and I started working at this warehouse, every single place I applied to that actually gave me an interview, they would do this thing. They would take out the paper. I'm going to pretend this is my resume. No, maybe not that. I'll pretend this is my resume. There we go. They'll take it out and they'll go, so why have you worked at 13 places in the last year for 2 weeks? And it's because it's contract work and that's how long it took to get done. And they just don't understand how to read it. Now, maybe Justin's company legitimately would, but it's what do I even show to get in there? And it's he's already got a crew that does that. And it's I kind of just want to do it for free in my spare time to just have a credit on a. I
offered Justin to do it for free too, and he's still.
I'm sure he's the kind of person who wouldn't fly with that. I'm sure.
Oh, nope.
Yeah. Anyway, that's not. We could talk about that another time when we're not on the clock here. So they've also got Memories is getting a Blu-ray, which did it already have a Blu-ray from Sony?
It does not have a Blu-ray. It has a DVD from Sony and Mill Creek.
Yep.
Yes, I have both of them, even though I've actually never sat down and watched Memories, and I probably won't until I buy this Blu-ray.
I think the Mill Creek one is a double feature with Metropolis, isn't it?
Yes, but for DVD.
Actually, I think they have a separate one too.
When I first saw the trailer, I thought that they were going to reveal Neo Tokyo. Then it's Memories. Oh,
I thought it was going to be Steam Boy.
Yeah. After I heard,
when I saw it from the trailer, I was like, Steam Boy. I was like, yes. I was like, oh, it's Memories. Shit.
And
I'm not particularly a fan of Memories.
Justin's been working on this for a while. He likes everything he does, but it's very rarely that Justin gets super giddy about a project. And when he's doing the whole rewrite of the dub. He is doing everything.
Yeah.
So he's super passionate about this project.
I remember that. Okay, so I actually don't have the Mill Creek one. So here's what I do have. This is my collection of it.
Ooh.
Shiny.
I have the one.
So one of them is
I
Sony.
used to have the one on the right or on the left.
One of them is Sony Pictures, and the other one is Columbia TriStar. Now, why do I have both of these? One of them is shiny. This is the original release.
That's the original.
This is the one Sony did. This was released by Amazon Create Space. It's the barcode on top.
Oh God.
The manufactured on demand burned DVDs.
Ew.
That's how that. So this is part of the bootleg series. I had to buy things as the exceptions to the rules. That was why I got that. Yeah, I guess I don't have the Mill Creek one. That's okay. Like I said, I haven't even watched it yet. So anyway, so we've also got this interesting thing here: 1001 Nights on Blu-ray with English subtitles and a classic long lost dub, thanks to the new restoration. So if you actually check out the Wikipedia, they were on that shit fast. They talk about the dub being considered a lost film, and then in the very next sentence it says, "Hooray, Discotheque got it!" Right, and they found it. It's so funny. So I do have a Wikipedia up here that I want to show you guys in a second, but it's related to something else. So it says here as well. So this is Third Window Films released the anime film in Europe on Blu-ray and DVD as part of the Anime Rama film series. Anime Rama is how this was originally released. It's this, Cleopatra, and Belladonna of Sadness.
Yes.
So as well as the erotic themes, they are also defined by mixing more typical animation with sequences of UPA. and Yoji Kuri influenced experimental use of modern design, limited animation, and still paintings akin to Tezuka's experimental short films. So you guys saw the anime lockdown panels, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Did
Even
they
though I already
explain?
knew everything.
Well, I was working that day, so I didn't have a chance to watch it. And then I stupidly thought that the Twitch channel would have the archives, but they're all 30-second clips. And they aren't even 30-second clips like part 1, part 2, they're just randomly 30 seconds of different panels.
Yep.
So they kind of dropped the ball on that. So I couldn't check it. I'm curious, did they talk about these sequences of UPA?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I had it on at work, and I was just watching to support the friends. But
Hey, what you saw, the clip that you saw on Discotheque's Twitter is what they alluded to. Justin
They had a
mentioned
clip on
that.
Twitter. I didn't see a clip on Twitter.
No.
So the reason I ask is because I have no idea what this means. Okay, I don't know what with. This is such a weird sentence. Defined by mixing more traditional, more typical traditional animation with sequences of UPA. I have no idea what that stands for. However, this came out in 1969, right? There's a 1959 film from America called 1001 Arabian Nights, which is a Mr. Magoo cartoon movie, right? So, and it was produced by United Production of America, or UPA. So I'm curious if they mean that there are shots from this Mr. Magoo cartoon spliced into this erotic Japanese film, which would be the funniest thing ever. And I'm going to look for it just because I can't imagine that being true, but I thought that would be really funny. Now back to
when I mentioned this, I'm probably going to be wrong because why not mention the term, but I wonder if UPA means like another experimental way to use rotoscoping. But that would be my guess.
I mean, I have to watch it to see what animation styles are used. I looked everywhere for an answer to this yesterday, trying to get something to solve this for my own mind, just to have this answer, because it's such a weird thing. I don't have any idea what that is. I literally have a degree in animation and I've never heard of this before, you know? So I looked at the trivia section on IMDb for this movie, and they claim, and this has to be wrong, or at least it's phrased poorly. It says that the movie uses 3D models. Now, this is 1969. And as far as I know, the first anime to use 3D models was Golgo 13, The Professional, right? So that can't possibly be true. They might mean
the helicopter.
Yeah, they might mean that there were 3D fabricated real life models, sculptures, right, used to save money on panning shots. That would be actually cost money probably than just a painting. I don't know what they're talking about, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. We'll probably do a watch club of this with Belladonna of Sadness and Cleopatra.
Yeah,
Discotheque already announced Cleopatra, right?
I don't know what your question was.
Did Discotheque already announce Cleopatra?
Yes, last. Well, all that.
I thought they did. I was just double
They
checking.
announced it at Otakon last year.
There we go.
Right.
As long as
the only other convention I actually would want to go to. Oh, this is
as long
nice.
as that doesn't mean clutch cargo animation. As long as that's not the case.
Okay, moving past that statement.
Battler V, baby.
Yeah. So, this is part of Volta's 5.
The Robot Romance trilogy.
Yes. So that's great to see. A little bit more of this.
The show's actually a lot of fun. It's a really
So here's one thing.
Part of the J9 series, or is that something totally different?
That is something totally different.
Okay.
The Robots Romance trilogy is Voltus 5, Combattler V, and then God, I can't think of the last anime. But all of them have like similar themes. J9 is a different trilogy, but
This seems even more appropriate now. Flip, you're Italian. My wife's Italian, by the way. Have you ever heard the Italian openings for different anime?
I have the Italian box set for Daitarn, for some of the Zinger stuff, for Grenadizer. Italians love giant robots. I think it's just in my blood.
Dude,
Is that the one?
so
that you sent
Discotheque
you a while ago? Oh no, that's the one I sent you. Yeah.
Well, Discotheque puts so much special features and stuff in their Blu-rays. All I want is for them to start putting, because especially the old shows that they're getting like this one, all I want is for them to start, just include that Italian opening. I sent you the Italian opening to Lupin.
Yeah,
that is like a very rapey song. but yeah, Voltus 5 has such a great opening. Devilman is amazing with the opening. Like, you just can't top it, right? But I'll send you a playlist later of like all these Italian openings. It's gonna ruin the Japanese and English openings of shows for you. You'll never be able to go back to them because the Italian ones are so amazing. And what's really funny about it, guys? What was that?
I was just gonna say, speaking of Voltus 5, you guys know that it started a revolution in the Philippines, right? That show got banned on television over there because it started a freaking uprising. Like, that show has some like really crazy history to it.
Wow, I haven't watched it yet. I'll have to check it out. But that's some interesting. That's interesting. Seriously. So then, Discotheque also is going to be releasing the 2001 Scried television series, which, if you guys haven't watched it, is friggin' amazing. Especially because Laura Jill Miller voices. Oh shit! What is her name? Oh damn it! What is her name?
I say Amy. But that's not it.
No, her name's not Amy. There's Konami and Charisse. Jesus.
Laura Jill Miller.
Laura Jill Miller. She's Kari in Digimon.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the like long lost greatest voice actors. Anyway, so it's a great show. Although I will say the first episode is clearly a pilot or whatever, because the animation changes pretty drastically by the second one. It gets better, like it gets way better. But it's just anyway. All right. Also, Ursa Yatsura,
fantastic.
Hold up, Sentai previously held the license.
All right.
Yeah.
That was weird.
I actually asked
licensed it
about
like
that
7 years ago, and licenses usually expire at 7 years.
Yeah, so they didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, they didn't do well. From what I understand, Sunrise wasn't very.
They didn't
helpful.
give
They weren't helpful with them. I've asked about that because I bought the DVD box set off of the guy who owns Discotheque like a month ago, knowing that a Blu-ray was coming, but I still want to have both because I actually really like Spread.
Oh, Celtic.
Yeah.
Selby, yeah, he is. He sells a lot of stuff, and not a lot of people know this, but he has a eBay page that you can go and buy. Like, if you think something's out of stock, he has it for market price. You don't.
Oh, and friggin' I love Media Blasters has their own eBay page, and they for a lot of the things they have it at a price that's already better than you would normally get, or best offer. I bought something today.
Usually
from their
price.
Yeah, they drive a hard bargain, but you could get them to go down $1. So, all right. So continuing here, Urusei Yatsura got picked up for the rest of the movies. Now I'm sure. Boy, you gotta freaking love the amazing highlighter here, just totally destroying this article. But yeah, they got the rest of the movie. I'm sure that they're in the process of trying to acquire the show. I would say that this is probably going to be a 1-disc or 2-disc SD on Blu-ray when they eventually get it. What do you guys think?
I gotta remain silent
for the TV series.
Yeah.
Well, if they're able to get the stuff from Mr.
Robert G. Woodhead.
Yeah, actually, Robert helped program something for them too. Like, he's been.
Yeah.
How long is Urusei Yatsura?
It's 200. I have the bootleg somewhere. It's
like
200 and something episodes.
I would say.
I'm trying to look at the back of volume 50 to see if it has any episode numbers on it.
I would say that if they were to release it on a SD Blu-ray, they would release it like Reborn, which was 100 episodes per set, which was 2 discs per set.
Reborn is so underrated, dude. That show is fantastic.
Yeah. So anyway, like I said, I think they'll probably do that, and it's going to save a ton of space in the collection, which will be nice. And my favorite thing about this is that all the I said this in one of my early tip videos. Why can't I click on myself? There we go. Is that so getting Urusei Yatsura is one thing, but after I got it, I'm like, well, now I need to collect it with the art boxes, right? and now that's the problem with the overflow shelves. So now these are going to start to get a lot easier to buy because they're going to be worthless as soon as Discotek releases the
and no one is reporting what they hinted at in their newest trailer, that Dan Kuga
that's
getting a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No one's picking that up. That is that's something that they showed off in the new trailer, and it looks good.
And also, I want to point out that I think this is the first time that they announced that they had Dragon of Doom, and that's not even a highlight. That's just like an afterthought.
I knew
actually, according to the article here,
that was never. I don't think that was ever announced.
Hold on. According to the article, it says the company also revealed details of 3 other previously announced anime releases, and Dragon of Doom
was never announced before. This was the first time that was announced.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't remember. I mean, it's not really on. I'm gonna buy it. I've bought every single release that Lupin has had, except for Funimation's.
Fujiko Mine?
Yeah, the save edition of that. I don't really go for the save editions. I have the limited edition, and the regular box set of it, even though I hated that show. But yeah, I didn't buy the only thing I don't have is the save edition of that.
I think Fujiko Mine is pretty good.
I agree.
I think it's pretty fantastic. Lupin is like I've like talked about this, but Lupin is like comfort food anime for me.
You're pronouncing the name wrong, so I'm not really gonna take that.
Lupin. Sorry, Lupin. Don't be one of those.
So Reese and I are both
your credibility is out the door when you pronounce Lupin.
Yeah, so it's funny because Reese, his first introduction to Lupin was the woman called Fujiko Mine. So before I saw the woman called Fujiko Mine, I would say that you can start Lupin literally anywhere and have a good time. Yep. Like there is not a bad rendition of it, but I did not like. I felt like it bastardized the show. What they did to the characters in the woman called Fujiko Mine.
We go in depth in the mini Magnum episode.
Yeah, friggin' Fujiko like seducing the communist revolutionary. Oh God, that was cringe.
That show. So when my family used to go to Sicily every year, there was Lupin merch everywhere.
Oh yeah,
just everywhere. And like you would get ice cream branded with Lupin on it and Mazinger on it.
Oh fucking A! I would love that shit.
Dude, I went to they have like the Sonic the Hedgehog, like in the ice cream truck, they have like the Sonic where it looks like Sonic on the packaging and then it's just like hilariously bad on the actual popsicle, right? They have stuff like that. Like even I went to I toured Europe when I was maybe into like 2003. And I went to when we got to Italy, we went, or maybe it's Germany actually. We had like an hour to walk around this town, and like literally we leave the tour group, and I take one step to a door, and it's an anime store, and I spent the entire hour in there. It was amazing. I didn't have any money with me, but it was just incredible to see because they had so much more stuff than we had in the States. And it was just, it was unbelievable. It was such a great.
Luckily, I can understand enough Italian that when I import these like robot shows, I can understand what's going on and get the gist and go with the flow. But it's wild to me. They have such nice releases of Grenadizer, Mazinger,
Steel Jet. Their sets are so gorgeous.
They're beautiful.
They're so gorgeous.
I think France and Italy are like the 2 countries in Europe that just buy so much anime.
Yep.
They can do it.
Oh my
France
God. Sorry, but one of the rarest mech animes I'm trying to get my hands on is God Sigma, Space Emperor God Sigma. And the Japanese DVD set is like $1,000. The Italian DVD set is like $500, but it's so hard to find. It's so hard, and it makes me so upset because that show is fantastic.
what's funny is that like there was, when I was in college, there was like a Japanese market right nearby, and they had box sets from Japan of just random crap, like stuff that you look at and you're like, there's actually, like, this is the kind of thing, like, you know, like you're just sitting at home and you're watching TV, you know, and just some like brain dead crap is on TV, and that gets a DVD, you know, kind of thing. It's like you just can't even believe it. And I'm looking at them and I'm picking them up, and it's like a box set. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's like a box set like this, right? And you look at the price tag, $1,790. Are you shitting me? You know, like, put that down. Don't touch that. Step away slowly. Like, just like, anybody could just take that and run away in this store. And it's like, I'm literally in a freaking supermarket, a Japanese supermarket, and they're selling these box sets for $2,000-$3,000 for things like just Kappa no Kai Kata is the only thing I can come up with. Like, just random thing. You're like, I can't even believe that got a DVD, and you're going to try to sell that to people for over $1,000. You're insane, you know?
Oh yeah, AC, right above you where Two Heart is, what are the two white volumes that you have there?
Time of Eve.
Oh, okay.
Also, you see, I've got my Star Blazer
Oh, I know.
collection.
But
right
where's
there.
your documentary DVD?
It's in the documentary section right at the front.
Because the only two
anyway.
I lack is the documentary and the Harlock live action movie.
There is no Harlock live action movie. You talking about this 3D CG one?
Whatever it is.
I'm going to advise you to try to get your hands on this extremely rare one that I got from Ketchup Entertainment.
I was just gonna say
It's in
Ketchup Entertainment. the
3D.
3D one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not that you'd ever want to sit down and watch it in 3D with like 3D glasses on and shit, but it's kind of rare.
Does it
it's
come
kinda
with 3D glasses?
I don't know. I never opened it because
You'd
again,
have to have a
it's kinda
3D TV for it to work.
rare. Yeah, exactly. All right. Anyway, so previously, it seems that the last DVD they will have released is Great Conquest: The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which I kind of want to watch after watching Prison School.
It's actually pretty good. It's actually
I'm
pretty
sure
good.
it is.
It's a
I'm
very
sure it is.
unique show.
Since
You got
uh,
Mr.
Pat,
Miyagi.
since Pat Morita narrated it, before I podcasted with AC, I did a few trial podcasts with some friends of mine, and it never worked out. The original, aside from a manipulation of my name for the Augie, the first draft I tried was the Mr. Me and Augie show.
Alright.
Where did you get the name Augie from?
It's literally a manipulation of my last name.
And then are we going to talk about what Right Stuff announced? The Zombie
Yeah.
Entertainment?
Yeah, we'll be there real soon. So I'm noticing that that Augie, you asked me to share this. I thought it was going to be related to.
It is related. Since they announced Galaxy Express 3.9, along with the special with Joey and Catherine, and their hardships with getting the material from Gold Harmony. Harmony Gold. This is something kind of similar to what Harmony Gold tried to do with Robotech, but they didn't succeed this time. They took...
It's loading. Hold on.
I forgot which one it is, but they took a series of Captain Harlock and combined it with, I want to say, Queen Esmeralda.
Queen, not Queen Emeraldus. It was Queen... Shit.
See, it's hard without reading.
No, I know what you're talking about. The Queen of 1,000 Years, right there. Captain Harlock and the Queen of 1,000 Years. It's literally the title of the freaking page I can't open up.
So what I was going to try to ask or try to get more opinions of is, since this was kind of did not succeed on the copyright, and there's no physical media of it released unless people recorded it. Do you think the Japanese rights holder or Leiji Matsumoto?
How is it so hard for you to say Leiji Matsumoto?
Read it. Do you think that he will grant them to try to restore it if they can get the material?
Well, good luck getting that material from Harmony Gold. Have you remember that tweet that person put out back when that meme was going around that said in the anime fandom, we don't say "I love you." We say, "May your favorite anime never be licensed by Harmony Gold," and I think that's beautiful.
The Disco team was able to get the specials reconfigured and got approval to go ahead and restore.
Yeah, but the thing is that if there wasn't a physical release, and I mean, I don't know, you'd have it. It would be so much harder to find a complete collection of this. I can't believe this Wikipedia entry is not loading. I'm just gonna. We've already discussed. Oh, Reese just died out of here.
I have a feeling Flip can't say anything, so I'm just gonna.
I am being quiet for a reason.
I understand. Don't go.
There we go.
Can't say anything. Don't say anything.
We're skipping over here. Reese device is not there. He is. He's back. Okay. Okay. All right. So you guys, Media Blasters, put out this post 14 hours ago. It says, while we are hoping for a new normal soon, we had a big year for Media Blasters planned for 2020. So while not at the pace we hoped, we continue to make announcements. The release date on these titles will be July 14th, 2020. And then check out their site, right? So Tokyo Gore Police.
Hell yes. Have you guys seen this?
I have not.
It is the most ridiculous, the most disgusting, the most over-the-top movie I've ever seen. And 12-year-old Flip absolutely loved how edgy it was.
Okay, so I have to ask you this then. It says here it's starring Eiji Shina of The Audition. Have you seen The Audition?
Yes, it's worse than Audition.
It's worse than Audition?
It's more like there's a woman who's a mermaid, but her like bottom half is just a giant mouth, and she like eats people and chops them up. Like it's so over the top.
How's it compared to Robo
actually bought. Go ahead, Augie.
How is it compared to Robo Geisha?
I would say the special effects are better in Tokyo Gore Police. It's probably about the same. Maybe a little bit more bloody. Like I'm telling you guys, from the moment it starts, it is nonstop blood. There's never a moment of rest.
So Media Blasters is Anime Works, Kitty Media, and Tokyo Shock. And this says Fever Dreams presents a Tokyo Shock original. So did Media Blasters like produce this?
I don't think so. That came out I want to say sophomore or junior year of high school. And,
yeah.
I'm trying to. I don't think they produced it because it was it's a very low budget film, like super low budget.
So then it sounds more and more likely that they did produce it.
It was during that time when like Meatball Machine came out. Have you guys seen Meatball Machine?
I have not.
It's like during like the mid 2000s, Japan was just making these crazy gore films. And it was like Meatball Machine, Machine Girl, Tokyo Gore Police.
Yeah.
Just all these like just over the top ridiculous shows or movies. And that was one of them. And I think Tokyo Gore Police is my favorite out of that like grouping of movies that came out during that time.
Now, Flip, just to let you know, just kind of understand the age ranges. AC is slightly older than me. I'm slightly older than you. And Reese is slightly younger than you.
If you can believe it.
So I think all of us graduated in 07.
Okay, I graduated in 10, so you guys are slightly.
I'm older than you are.
Older than you. Well, you sound like a child, so.
I graduated in 09.
Reese is an interesting specimen.
My wife graduated in 2015, so it's pretty.
That almost doesn't seem legal.
She was just 19 when we got married, so. Yeah, it was.
Jeez, my child bride. Like what? All right.
I gotta have someone to do my laundry for a very long time, man. I still have. I'm 28 years old. Haven't done a single load of laundry in my life. I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Use the cold.
And I've done laundry quite a bit.
I don't know how. I went from living with my parents to living with my wife, so. I've never. My mom is Italian. Italian mothers are very. They take care of their kids.
You know what's really funny? So, like I said, my wife is Italian. Yeah. My daughter, who's literally only 2 years old, is an Italian grandmother already.
Wait, what?
She, like when you're, if she has anything, like you give her any snack or something, she makes you eat some of it.
Yeah, yep.
I don't know where she got this, but it's just like in her blood to be an Italian grandmother already.
Yep.
Anyway, so Tokyo Gore Please, like I said, I haven't actually watched it, but I'm a huge fan of Tak Sakaguchi movies. Do you know who that is? He's in Kamen Rider in one of the seasons. He's a Japanese actor. Have you seen the live action Cromartie High School?
No.
Have you seen Dead Ball or Battlefield Baseball?
Battlefield Baseball? That sounds awesome.
It's amazing. He's the main character in that. He's also the main character in the live action Sakigake Otokojuku Samurai School. Oh, he's so good. Okay. So at some point, I'll make you watch Versus, which is probably his.
Oh, I love Versus. Okay, that guy. Versus.
Yeah, he's the main guy in that. Yeah.
Okay.
So had he been in this, I would have already owned this. Because that's all his movies are coming out around that time by Tokyo Shock. In fact, hold on. There's a movie here. This isn't it, is it? No, he's not in this. Wait, actually, I think he is. I think he is in this movie. United Red Army.
What is that?
I think he's in this. I think I only bought this because he was in it.
Is that a motorcycle gang movie?
No, I'm pretty sure it's like a communist. It's a Satanist communism.
Oh, yeah.
Picture that's
How have I not watched this yet? I was thinking of also that I want to check out at some point called
you put live action in your anime collection.
Zombie Self-Defense Force, which also looks like a movie he would have been in. Anyway, so back to the topics at hand here. All right, so we're on to the Aniplex news, which I think FDM is woefully not here for. Aniplex USA to release Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba anime.
He's in the comments. I mean,
there you go.
I hate that show so much.
I have not seen it.
I haven't watched any of it.
It is a good show. I love it. I'm gonna buy the standard edition.
So when Demon Slayer and Dr. Stone came out manga wise at the same time, I wasn't too hot on either of them, but I specifically hated Demon Slayer. It's so boring. It's rushed. The characters are generic. It's a generic shonen animated gorgeously. Like that's.
I haven't seen a single second of it. I've only seen still frames or whatever.
It's also one of the things you have to remember is that all the attacks, all the flashy attacks in that show aren't real. What you're seeing isn't really happening in the world. It's just animated nicely. But I still get comments to this day because that video has like I think 4,000 or 5,000 views where people are like, "This has aged poorly. Demon Slayer is the best." I'm like, it's the most popular thing, but it's also the most generic shonen I've ever.
Like I said, I haven't watched any of it. I want to sit down and experience it because it's like I want to be able to have a conversation on it. With people.
It is beautiful.
Yeah. But real quick, I want to address two things. Number one, we got a $5 super chat from Greenline743. Thank you for that, man. Which said, at this rate, Satan is going to come for my soul, and Aniplex is going to say, hold up a minute. We own that. You'll have to wait. Also, I'm pretty sure this is directed at you, Flip. Officer Sausage says, your beard is like a testosterone forest. Any woman would like to dive into it. Thumbs up.
Oh, thank you very much. That's
I don't know.
Oh shit! I meant to click on solo view.
Thank you. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. So. Thank you.
I would say both of you are about equal.
I don't know. I think yours is a little bushier. See, the thing is that I haven't had a shave or a haircut. Actually, I did shave. I haven't had a haircut since the coronavirus thing started, so my hair is just getting a little out of hand.
I'm actually balding right here.
Really?
Because I'm a WAP. And I said, you know what, Ben?
I meant to hold on. I meant to solo your view, and I just kicked you from the stream for a second.
I was balding from high school, so I've been shaving my head for a couple of years now too.
It's just I feel so bad for my wife because when she met me, I was like 30 pounds lighter. I was jacked. I was taking steroids. I was juiced to the gills. I had a full head of hair. I was getting my hair and beard trimmed every 2 weeks, and now I'm just like a fat slob who lost all his hair. So,
So I would have thought that the extra testosterone from steroids would actually cause you to lose hair.
that's
Or I
actually
guess it would make you grow.
that's probably why I lost my hair right after I got off steroids. Like 3 years later, boom.
You know, because I was looking at the I downloaded the library of your Fan versus Pro thing just so that I have it archived in case anything happened to it eventually, which I don't expect there would be, but I'm real paranoid about that stuff. And you had like a full head of hair for like weeks and weeks and weeks, and then it was just gone.
If you go back to my early YouTube videos, I have like a fade going on. I'm getting like cool designs like cut into my side of my hair. I'm like tan. I'm like really dark. And then I just quit going outside and just got
I've
lazy.
never been tan a day in my life.
I used to tan when I cared about my appearance. I used to, I don't know. I went into I was Jersey Shore for a while.
Yeah, it's funny. So many of the younger guys at my work talk about that show all the time,
I hate that show.
and I just can't believe it's still a thing.
I hate that show
They
so
even
much.
know about it.
People for a while thought that's just how Italians acted, and I was like,
I know, right?
no, that's racist.
So to wrap up this thing about the Demon Slayer, so these are the special editions, right? Limited, yeah. So the limited editions are coming out from Aniplex, but they're going to be coming out with standard editions that are going to be released by Funimation that are going to be half the price.
Right.
So the sentiment on this is that they're either never going to do this again because they lost so much money on the limited edition, or they're only going to do this from now on because they lost so much money on the limited editions.
Well, Funimation and Aniplex got bought by the same company last year.
Right. But I'm just saying like that I would say my anime collection, or most anime collectors' anime collections, are a microcosm of the industry. And when you look at the fact that you have 1 million Sentai things because they go on sale for $1 every month, and then you've got a Aniplex title, like it just kind of shows that the market isn't super healthy for long-term growth,
For 130 episodes, or $130 for only 13 episodes.
Exactly. Yeah,
When you can
$10
buy,
an
like,
episode.
How many Aniplex titles do you guys have?
I love that you're asking this question right now.
Well, it was Aniplex Day in that Facebook group we're a part of. So,
Was it?
Yeah,
I don't check any of the groups. I just don't have time anymore. So we literally messaged each other. We went through our collections and found out. So I actually have a lot more of them now because I purchased. I just bought Cells at Work. Nisekoi's Aniplex, right? Aniplex of America. Yeah, so I bought that too because I've wanted that set since before you guys had it. So I can tell you exactly what I have. Now, I do have a couple more things because RHYS gave me...
Blue Exorcist and
I was like, why can't I remember the name of it? Yeah, and ReZero. Yeah, but those I don't consider those Aniplex of America sets because when you think about Aniplex of America, you think about the expensive set, right? So, like for example, I'm gonna grab. I guess I'll grab both of them since they're both right here.
What was the initial question, Flip?
The expensive sets, like a manga sensei. Yeah, but so like erased, right? Or the things that are in these kind of cases where they're a little bit thicker and a little bit, like they're substantial in what they cost and everything, rather than just like the more standard sets. So if I'm going to count just those,
like $90, yeah.
Right. So if I'm going to count just those, I made a list of it. So I have. Oh shit! It's lost.
This is also a trick question because before Aniplex of America happened, a lot of other licensors,
How many
especially
specific Aniplex of America releases do you have? Not just Aniplex stuff. So that does not include Funimation's releases for
Right.
Fullmetal Alchemist.
Before they got it back, yeah. Okay, so I know I did this list. Me complaining about Wings of Reen. Okay. Nope. RHYS, you've got your list, right? Because I'm gonna
27. I have 27.
I could probably honestly list. Oh, there's the other list. That means mine's got to be okay. I have Occultix 9, Erased, Your Lie in April, Kill la Kill, Imo, Aramanga Sensei, Madoka Magica, and Persona 4, the Golden Animation. And I now have purchased, although I haven't gotten them yet because I bought them with pre-orders, all of the Monogatari series, which is like 47 in itself, right?
I had Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, but I ended up selling it because I'm just going to get the standard editions. I have Gurren Lagann, Kill la Kill, all of Aldo Nova Zero, Valve Rave, and I Want to Eat Your Pancreas.
I'm gonna warn you real quick about this set. When you buy this, see how that's rounded. And here's the thing. Again, this goes back to the bootleg series. Anytime I present this information, they're going to damn it. Anytime I present this information, they're going to modify their behavior and change how they do things. But just so you know, Funimation's official sets are rounded here. There are bootlegs that look exactly like this that are square cut. They have corners. All right. Just so you know. So if you buy it on eBay and you can see the photographs of it and stuff, make sure you get the the legit one.
Okay.
Right. Anyway. And then Augie, did you have any Aniplex titles you wanted to branch out?
I'm counting them up. I'm counting up by series. So far, I got 15, and
I'll go through my list real quick while you're doing
17.
that. I'll go through my list while you're still doing that.
I got 17 titles released by them.
I have Anohana movie on DVD. I had the Bakano Blu-ray set, which I bought, which is the only one out of these that I bought after it went out of print, just because it's my favorite series. I've got the Blue Exorcist complete series Blu-ray box, Blue Exorcist movie, Blue Exorcist Kyoto Saga Volumes 1 and 2, the original Durarara 3 DVD volumes, the Durarara.
I have that. I don't consider that part of the.
How is Reese? How do you like Durarara?
I like Durarara. I mean, it's from the same creator, Bakano. It's set in the same universe. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I liked it a lot. I mean, I know I've heard people gripe about it because it had a lot of more emphasis on the students instead of the adults, which is I know what you didn't like about it, AC. But that gets remedied in the second series.
What didn't I like about it?
That it didn't focus on the adults as much as the kids.
I just didn't think that. So the thing about Bakano that was done so freaking well is how the story wove together all the different storylines it was telling at once. Mm-hmm. And I just thought that it was underwhelming in Durarara. I liked Durarara.
I mean, Durarara is more like start to finish. It's not multiple storylines. It's more linear.
Right. I don't remember. I have to sit down and rewatch them again. I remember having specific thoughts about it, but I don't remember what they were.
I mean, the first series you don't have the second series at all, do you?
No, I don't. I only have the first.
The first series only covers the first 3 volumes. The second series covers up to volume 13. There's a lot of story that you're missing out. I mean, it's pretty damn good. I liked it a lot.
Do you want to pull up the right stuff so we can jump?
That.
As you do that, I will list what AOA Aniplex of America titles I have. Aldno Zero, Blast of Tempest. I don't think Black Butler counts because it's got all the funny stuff.
Oh, by the way, right now on Amazon. Sorry, right now on Amazon, you can pre-order Season 2 Premium Edition of Mob Psycho 100 for like half price, just FYI.
Okay, good, because that's an incredible season.
Yeah.
Fake Zero, Unlimited Blade Works.
See, Fate, Bakano are like the 2 franchises I've never gotten into.
Did you watch Bakano at all? Have you? I
haven't seen any Bakano. No, nothing in that world. Nothing in the Fate world.
Dude, Bakano is
it's not Bakemonogatari.
Oh, and that too. I've never seen
it.
Okay.
Bakano is like about the mafia. You know, like it's an Italian mafia mobster.
It's about bootleggers in 1920s New York who are immortal.
It's freaking amazing.
Rascal Not Dream of Bunny Girl TV, and I pre-ordered the movie. Only got the Read or Die DVD, so that wouldn't count. Servant at Service, Silver Spoon. People are still asking me to review that.
Silver Spoon's good. Just noting this is the Princess Tutu DVD set that I used to have. Which
Okay.
was the
Vivid
best
Dread Operation. And World Conquest Zesta Plot, which that needs a second season.
DVD.
Or to me, I feel like it needs it.
There you go, Reese.
Is
So,
that it?
yeah. Did you see Ryan Clark in the Media Blasters post trying to give them extra stuff to put on the Blu-rays?
I asked him to do that, so that's kind of my fault.
Oh no, he would have done that regardless of whether you asked him to do that. That guy is obsessed with Aiken.
What brought that up is the other collection group. I think you've seen this, Flip. They were someone pointed out the jiggle counter or the booby counter off of certain tiles from ADV.
Yeah.
And I mentioned to Ryan when we really shouldn't be calling this guy's name out, when we were talking about Eakin, or he brought up Eakin, I asked him, well, if you mention it, they might do it. And little did I know that was 2 days prior before this happened.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're already authoring it. I honestly, I kind of don't want some of the stuff he has. We'll talk about this another time. He's a weird guy. Let's
Blu-ray, DVD.
Needed the
So-
more
Where's
prints.
that?
See that right now, Tokyo Gore Police is going for $60 on eBay.
Oh God,
It's a good thing it's going up for $15.
good.
Demon Slayer.
Honestly, I might. I mean, as much as I hate Demon Slayer, I might buy it just because the animation is good. I fucking hate.
Yeah, but you could get the standard editions for half price. At least.
I liked it. I mean,
It's beautifully animated.
Um,
Like. Okay, I totally get why people like it, but it just.
Well, then here's the question: if the story sucks so bad, but it's beautifully animated, why did the manga top the charts to the point where literally the top 10
that's
selling?
the thing. That's the thing.
manga was all Demon Slayer?
almost
That's the thing.
top 20.
The manga is ending soon, and I think that's because before the anime, the manga was selling absolute dog shit. It was bottom of the barrel. It was not selling at all. The moment the anime came out, it sold more than One Piece. So my theory is that the reason why it's ending is because they had already been like, you need to wrap things up, and that's ending. Promise never.
Now I got the movie.
I think they have enough content for a season 2. I think they do. And I'm pretty sure they will. But a lot of
they're gonna print money with it. So I mean, come on, why not?
I'm actually surprised the manga is ending, and for that alone, I can kind of respect it more because a lot of these shonens go way too long. They get way too far.
Oh, like Kenshin peaks at the Shishio arc and then continues for another 100 episodes.
It's still ongoing. The Kenshin manga just got a whole new arc.
But I mean, in the anime, like seriously, it peaks so hard, and then it just keeps going for another 100 episodes, like 30 more arcs happening. You're like, oh, it's just not as good as where it was,
I really wonder what's going to happen to Shonen Jump. I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to end. Like Shonen Jump's not in trouble. They have some big titles, but they're losing Demon Slayer and Promise Neverland relatively soon, like back to back. They're going to feel that.
So I'm curious. I'm curious what you think about this sort of a change of topic because you were talking about Demon Slayer and Dr. Stone. How do you feel about Tower of God?
I could give two shits less. I do not.
Right?
Care. I do not care.
Anytime Crunchyroll has a vested interest in something, they promote the fuck out of it, and it is so annoying.
To be fair,
every other article on Crunchyroll is about that stupid show.
It's even got freaking commercials on Toonami.
To be fair, on their part though, that show was, I mean, that webtoon or whatever was insanely popular before it got picked up. So I could kind of get them. I understand them pushing it to some extent, but honestly, guys, I haven't watched a new season of anime since Demon Slayer. I don't care anymore. I don't care about what's coming out that's new. I'm gonna keep watching the same old shitty mecha shows from the 70s and 80s, and that's just how it's gonna be forever.
I want to, Reese. Can you? My thing is so slow right now. Can you just click on mine real quick?
Yeah, Mob Psycho.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point this out that it is like dirt cheap compared to the actual retail price right now.
And
You're saving 41%.
Because you pre-ordered it, you can pay that price when it ships.
Yeah.
You're
So I would recommend if anybody was planning on getting it anyway, it's pretty good.
What's the regular price? What's the regular edition price? I can't read it.
$84.9. Oh, for the regular edition,
Yeah.
This one up here.
The
Well,
non.
it's also $49. It's the same price.
I think
$49.99.
I think the regular edition is still cheaper on reg stuff.
This may be slightly off
but
topic.
I'm gonna buy it because I'm pretty good. Go ahead.
This may be slightly off topic, but who is your guys' like favorite company that's putting out stuff right now?
So in Japan, you mean like the animation studio or
like companies like licensing and publishing?
Oh, distributor?
Yeah,
Probably Discotech.
Yeah, same.
hands down Discotech? Yeah. I mean, I hate all the other ones very much.
I mean,
back when. Good.
As much as I don't think the quality is that great, made in Japan with Votoms, Ideon, that stuff was pretty rad last year. Like when they were just cranking that stuff out. And then also, I mean, basically Sentai's like sub brands, like they did Garo that they never finished. So I would say them. I'm not too big on Funimation though.
Oh yeah, I'm tired of them. They're taking on so much that everything is suffering. In fact, a couple of years ago, you know the save editions with the green spine.
Yeah,
they released the save edition for Shangri-La, and the spine says product title goes here. Like because the quality control was that bad.
I know had that. Well.
Eventually, they did fix it, and they started releasing it with the actual spine and stuff. But so much of what they do is just like they're doing too much. You know, as Justin Savakis was talking about, they have people coming in for recordings for the simuldubs at like 3 a.m. Like they have a 24-hour recording process at that studio, you know? So I get it. But I just feel like they're doing way too much. And I don't think that, I think that the releases are suffering because of it. And we've got like limited editions that like, I just don't even want, you know, because it's like, I pray that stuff doesn't get a premium edition because I know I'm going to buy the premium edition rather than the regular edition.
That's how I feel about Viz. Like Viz, like why do we have to have the JoJo sets like that? I don't like. Just give me the Blu-rays.
I love the JoJo sets, but when it comes to like
that's
Viz
Viz.
stuff,
That's Viz.
I know.
That's
what I said.
With Bleach and Naruto, it's like, why am I even bothering to pay for the DVDs when the Blu-rays will eventually come out and save me a ton of space and be way cheaper? And look better.
How much of your guys' collections have you guys watched?
For me, probably less than 50% now.
I've watched everything except for I Want to Eat Your Pancreas and Southern Cross.
I've seen everything I own at some point. Like I got a list of stuff that I haven't seen since I bought it, but I have seen it before I bought it.
So
technically, I've seen everything.
So what's your guys' end goal?
Hold on. Let me answer your first question there, Flip. If I'm going to talk about recent licensors doing a top 5, Discotech, Shout Factory. I still think Shout Factory might buy Discotech eventually, but that's like something far later if they get too competitive. Sentai, Funimation. There's another one.
Viz?
Not Viz, someone else. For time's sake, I'll say Viz.
Media Blasters.
Media Blasters, yeah.
Flatiron Filmworks?
What?
Flatiron Film Company, I mean. Flatiron Film Company?
I still think Flatiron is a part of Shout Factory. I just don't have the evidence for it.
Sentai, I mean, there's a couple companies like Sentai is still putting out like random 24 episode mech shows, just like randomly, like Prince of Smile.
So real quick, I got to ask you: is it Ideon and not Space Runaway Ideon?
I've heard it pronounced Ideon. I've heard it also pronounced Space Runaway Ideon.
I keep pronouncing it Ideon.
I keep pronouncing Ideon as
Yeah, well, you called it Eidolon, Augie. But yeah, I'm just curious because I've been wanting to pick that up. It's been not out of print, but out of stock for ages.
It is coming back.
That's what I hear. I'm waiting.
That show.
Yeah, that's what
that show ties into our topic tonight because it's a Tomino show, and prepare for me to rant about Tomino because.
All right, let me power through the last 3 articles here. That
We're
are just
still not done with right stuff yet.
Okay, well, let me just power through these so we can just get them out of the way, so I can stop taxing my internet with these tabs open. So real quick, this is a follow up to last podcast where we talked about the Ava Tamagotchis. Apparently, Demon Slayer has jumped on the bandwagon as well. I'll never play another Tamagotchi ever because I can't be bound to I can't have it rule my life. Like I can't have games do that to me.
Did for a while.
Yeah, or fucking Animal Crossing. Also, Streets of Rage is going retro with soundtracks on cassette.
Why?
So that's a thing.
Oh, it's on CD too. Okay, I was like cassette only. I was like,
well, I'm a little peeved at the fact that they're calling it retro to put a soundtrack on a CD. Although I get it because iTunes has been around for like over a decade now, maybe 15 years. But yeah, it just feels wrong. Also, there's a Ava ramen in Japan. That's the thing.
What flavor?
Also, the last thing here is literally just for me to do a terrible segue.
Is that Oscar flavored?
It's probably LCL flavored.
I would eat that.
And of course, I've lost my segue thing. Where did I put it? Did I put it over here? Damn it! So our favorite guy, Matt here. How did I lose my segue?
To answer your question, the end goal for me is to complete all catalogs.
Like to have every anime released ever?
So hard.
No, he wants to have the anime, regardless of where he gets it. So he's got if you look at his collection,
it's insane.
Oh
my god, this is
green.
Yeah, he's got a green. Yeah,
I like the colors. So
he's got the save editions, right? So his So to answer your question, oh my god, I can't believe how long that takes to transition. So my collection habit when I was growing up, I had a rule that I had to own everything that I watched, right? And the thing is that I was watching stuff fan subbed, and some of that stuff wasn't coming out over here, and some of it still hasn't come out over here, like Kyono Go no Ni or Kappa no Kaikata or these other shows. And so I changed my rule. Instead of I must own everything that I've watched, I changed it to I exclusively watch what I own. And then that created a whole nother demon in the sense that I buy everything blind. And a lot of this stuff is garbage in the bad way. Not like the Room way or Garzy's Wing way, in my opinion, but like just friggin' terrible. What was that thing we watched? C3? Whose idea was that? Was that FDM's? That was so lame, that whole show. And it just kept going on forever. But my perspective on this, I like to have two things. If I'm just going to collect something for the sake of collecting, I want to have the original release, right? Like it's like the first edition book, kind of thing. And then if I'm going to collect it because I want to actually have a nice quality version of it, then I'll also buy the Blu-ray when it comes out. Anyway. So that's it for so the segue was supposed to be we're watching Master of Mesquite next podcast. I have no idea where I put it. That was supposed to be here it is. My epic transition to what we're watching for the next watch club. Which I have to put my thumb or my finger over the little bits there just because YouTube's crazy. But
Master Keaton, that's way different.
No, that's freaking great. Oh, I'm waiting for a Blu-ray of that.
I'm hoping
that's my second favorite anime of all time.
It's a good. I haven't seen the anime. I love the manga though.
Oh, it's so good.
The manga
FDM says to be fair,
hard.
Yep. We both clicked it. God damn it.
C3 to get it out of the way. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna stop. All right. So anyway, let's go back to the right stuff.
All right.
And I'm gonna put some of this stuff back where you guys talk. We can power through this, and then we can do our discussion that should have happened like an hour and a half ago.
All right. Galaxy Express 999 TV Series Collection 2 Blu-ray done.
Hell yeah.
Demon City Shinjuku Blu-ray done.
Hell yeah.
Case Closed Episode 1 Blu-ray done.
Ooh,
Hell yeah.
Metabots Season 2 Bluray done.
I feel like Metabots might be a yearly release.
They're having trouble with
again.
season 3. They
Season 3.
literally can't find it. Yes, this right here. I am so excited for this.
Gundam Build
GM's
Fighter
Counterattack
Special
is
Build
great.
Disc Blu-ray.
Love and
This is like
love,
3
Hina.
features,
Glad to
isn't
see this come out.
This is like 3.
Yeah, it's I
Island
think it's
Wars, Battlelog, and then
GM's Counterattack.
Counterattack.
I'm actually surprised that they're doing one disc for that because those are some really awesome OVAs.
That's only like an hour, like 116 minutes. What it doesn't make sense to be muffled.
Well, I think what he means is that they could have stretched it out and made more.
They could have made 2. Like I could have easily seen that been 2 sets.
This is smart, but I'm confused why they didn't split it for Galaxy.
Double A and S.
Yeah. So getting close to hopefully a Rune release.
15 episodes worth? Or no, I guess all 26 episodes. This must be a short series. Like a short
That's
episode
clearly
series.
special.
Because it's got 363 minutes, but it says 26 episodes.
Yeah. Okay.
In the Angel S special. So it must be like half.
So what's
like
funny
12
is that
episodes or
double A is
something.
not even a thing in Japan, right? It's
Like split A into 2, right?
Yeah, for some reason they split it into 2 parts. I've got the man. I miss the old Bandai box sets, and also it's a damn travesty that Dot Hack Roots never got one of these because all the other Dot Hack series did, and it looks really nice together. But yeah, so when they made Galaxy Angel out here, they went full screen me, but
Thank you, old man.
that's you, Reese.
Oh, that I'm trying.
Thank you.
There you go.
So when they released it over here, they had Galaxy Angel, Z, and then A, and then they've released the second half of A as double A, and then S, X, and then Rune, right?
What is this show?
It's a comedy that's freaking great. Here's the thing about it though. What made this especially good, and the show is good on its own, but what made it especially good is the dub. And Rune's not dubbed, and it's not even the same characters, and it sucks. And it's also like I don't know. There's maybe 100 of this right here. Galaxy Angel Rune 4. There's maybe 100 of those in the world. I don't know why they decided to do such a limited release on it, but it sucks because it doesn't have a dub.
A lot of the Bandai stuff, like Android Kiter, is just like one of the rarest things in my collection. It's just super hard to find.
Is it?
Yeah. It's
See, the thing about collecting for me is that once I own something, I stop keeping tabs on it. So like a lot of stuff I bought at retail price when it first came out is like stupid rare now, and I didn't even know because I didn't think about it after I bought it. You know what I mean?
Android Kiter is going for like $250 on average. It's pretty rare.
Well, they see you got that for a decent price.
The rarest thing I think I have in my
Pretty sure I
collection
got it,
now. I think the rarest thing in my collection now is the Gantz manga. The Gantz manga just sold on eBay for $2,000.
Right. Ooh. Yeah, that's you were talking about.
That's Dark Horse too, isn't it?
Yeah,
Dark Horse.
you were talking about that on Fan vs. Pro at one point, and I was thinking about like you were saying like this is my new price. I'll do it for this price. It's like, dude, you're trying to buy a house. Like that's one of the things that's going to get you the furthest there for that down payment. Selling that thing.
Yeah. I actually I put my setup on eBay for $3,000. I'm just gonna have it sit there. If someone buys it, I'm gonna sell it to them. If not, I'll keep it.
Yeah, the thing, and this is just a note for everybody who wants to sell things on eBay. The price something is on eBay is not the price you list it for. The price you need to list things for is the price that something has been sold for. Like there's a way to check listings based on actual, like they've been sold and sort them by price, and then you can find out what a realistic like selling point actually is, because people will put stuff on eBay for like $5,000, and then in the description says goes to charity or something like that. You know what I mean? And they don't actually ever sell those. You know, they just sit up there forever. Which is weird because you got to pay a listing fee on eBay. I don't know why people do that.
Someone asked, is Gantz being reprinted? It is, but it's terrible quality 3-in-1s. The spine easily snaps in half.
I hate that.
It's terrible. Dark Horse is also my favorite manga company and also my most hated because they have like my favorite licenses, but the way they go about things is pretty shitty.
Have you gotten their Blood Blockade Battlefront releases?
I had that and sold that for like I think like $400. So
seriously?
Yeah.
I have all 10. Like I gotten that like when the first series came out. It's like the first 7 volumes were like this, volume 7 had just come out. It's like all 7 volumes were available, but then we had like wait like 3 years before 8, 9, and 10 to come out.
That is
because
such
they
a
license in chunks.
That's like one of those rare occasions because I'm more of a manga guy. That's one of those rare occasions where I think the anime is so freaking good for that show.
I love that show.
It's so good.
We did
That's
that. We did both seasons for the.
What episode was that?
Bloodbath and Beyond.
Yeah, we called it Bloodbath and Beyond as the title of that episode.
That's pretty good.
All right, so are you guys ready to get into our discussion of Garzy's Wing with a hint of Dunbine and Wings of Rain? So Reese, you didn't watch it, right?
I didn't watch any of this. I planned on watching Garzy's Wing tonight.
Reese, don't do it.
I was planning on watching. I mean, like I watched like the first 5 episodes of Dunbine, and I just couldn't get into it. And also, it didn't help that I'd just gotten all of March Comes in Like a Lion. I was like, I'm just watching. I'm watching Garzy's Wing, and I keep looking at my stack of March Comes Like in Like a Lion. I'm like, I really want to rewatch this show. I don't want to watch this garbage. I want to rewatch March Comes in Like a Lion.
All right.
And then I like marathon all of the first season in like 2 days.
I'll say this. I finished rewatching Dunbine, and I love this show. I absolutely love this show. I have the old ADV sets, like all the way up to volume 12 with the art boxes and everything. I love this Blu-ray that they actually kept the disc art and everything.
Yep.
It's really great. The only complaint I have with the Blu-ray is Sentai does that thing where they put the silent credits in black with the white text at the end of every freaking episode. So like when you're like, this is a show that if you watch the old DVDs, you can just put that on in the background and it just like brightens your day, like listening to a good song, like while you're working or something, because you got this really campy dub, and then you've got this amazing opening and ending theme, right? But then this one, you put it in and it's like, okay, so we get through the episode and then we have like this long, like minute and a half of silence, right? That you have to like, where's the remote? You know, like skip it over because you're not going to sit there and watch it for every single episode. So that's the one complaint I have about it. Garzy's Wing, getting back into this was a little weird. It didn't have the same feeling as I remember until the second episode. And then it was the funniest thing I've seen in a long time again. And then, as FDM put it, it's got a breakneck pace to it. Like it just does not stop, right? It just keeps going and going and going. I described it as though it seems like Tomino had wanted to do 3 movies and they said, no, 3 episodes. And he's like, well, all right. And then he didn't cut any line of dialogue from the entire thing. Like that's how fast it goes, right? And then here's the thing. I started rewatching Wings of Rain and holy shit, this thing is like twice as fast, breakneck speed as Garzy's Wing, and it's only in Japanese, and it's impossible to enjoy. And the thing is, this made me realize that Dunbine is actually not that good.
Okay.
Dunbine storyline is dumb as shit, but what makes it fun is the campiness of it, the colors, and like hearing Vic Mignogna do that like Scottish accent as Neil is just hilarious, right? And it's like enjoyable. But Wings of Rain, when they're doing the same, like they're just trying to expand on the story and stuff. I mean, that's practically Dunbine right there on the cover, and it's boring as shit. Like it's so boring when it's got like the updated graphics and it's not campy and stuff. But like literally, like I said, the breakneck speed of it literally starts with a chase, like a car chase with fucking like rocket launchers and shit. You know,
Well, he was at an air base.
yeah, like there's like a terrorist attack occurring, and it's like it just never stops. It never stops the entire time, right? So I'll just say that I think that I think that this is a treasure, especially the part when freaking after 20 episodes of trying to save Emily, she gets killed, right? And then freaking Neil takes God, it's so humorous how he's looking. First of all, he uses his Dunbine or whatever to rip open the side of the hull because he just spiritually knows that Emily's on the other side and she's in trouble. And then after he sees Emily's mom has killed her, the body of the mech just kind of like repositions because the guns are on the hip, and he just like freaking RoboCops her with the bullets from his hip. It's just absurd and hilarious. I love it. Anyway, so what are your thoughts? I'm actually when we talked and you had given me shit about making you watch Wings of Reen, and I'm like, I can understand that. I'm sorry, that's terrible. But I was really legitimately shocked to learn that you didn't like Dunbine, or I'm sorry, Garzy's Wing.
Oh,
Me?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I haven't gone back and watched Dunbine in a while. And I'm actually, now that you say this, I think you're right. I don't want to go back and watch Dunbine because I think I will hate it. Because Garzy's Wing is funny because of the dub. But I think content-wise, the story is just, I think it's bad. I think it's so bland. I think, like, honestly, like, I had fun to an extent just watching the dub because it's so like everyone sounds like it sounds like nobody knows what an anime is. It sounds like everyone just goes in and they're just like like just like trying their hardest to be dramatic.
The thing I thought was the weirdest thing about rewatching it is that not every person in that dub is terrible, but hilariously it's just all the main characters.
It's no one is terrible, but not everyone is terrible. It's just there's so much terribleness that the good acting stands out, and it's still kind of terrible. Because like literally, it's
on purpose.
There's like 3 main characters where the acting, it's almost like in the studio they're like, yeah, well, we've got all these main like our go-to guys that are actual actors. But like we could do this. They make it look so easy. So like the producers got in the booth and just did a terrible job on the 3 main characters. That's kind of what it feels like happens, because like every other character is just fine. And then you've got like the girl and the Chris and like the other, they're just like awful. And it's like hilarious how bad it is.
So for Garzy's Wing, from what I understand from conventions and Wikipedia, if you want to count that as valid fact, I've heard rumored that the creator of this got drunk at a bar, wrote it on a bar napkin, and just decided to produce it. A few things that would probably fix it, aside from giving it more time, is include a map, take time to write.
I don't think more time would actually fix it. I think more time would only fix the pacing.
I think Tomino, like I said on Fan vs. Pro last night, and if you go back and you watch early Fan vs. Pro episodes, I state that I think Tomino is a genius, and if I ever met him, I would have him autograph my arm so I could tattoo it into my body, because at the time I had just finished watching Ideon, and I love Ideon, and I think Zambot 3, Daitarn 3, I think those shows are fantastic, and then of course Gundam, Zeta, and Char's Counterattack, and even Turn A. Those are some of the best, like from original Mobile Suit Gundam, Zeta, Char's Counterattack, all the stuff he did. It's near perfect in my opinion. I think that is one of the best storylines in all of anime. And that guy who made that made this, and I don't understand what happened. I think he was in a motorcycle accident or something, because he's like the Gary Busey of the anime world, because he went from having such great ideas, and I think there are some good ideas in the Bison Will saga. Like, is it Wings of Reen? Because honestly, I watched both of them back to back and they bleed together. Is it Wings of Reen that has the field of fetuses?
Yeah, that's Wings of
Yeah.
Rain. For some reason,
So that would be a good symbolic thing to have if it was explained more, if there was more context. But no, Tomino just shows you this and never brings it up again. And also in Wings of Reen, and this shows in Garzy's Wings of Reen and Garzy's Wing, in the interview, in the book list that come with Wings of Reen, he is so far up his own ass. He is so full of himself. And the way he met the designer who designed the characters is he straight up told him pretty much, I don't like your work, but you're going to work with me, I guess. Those right. Yeah. Wait, what?
No, for Wings of Reen, I watched the interviews and stuff the whole time. While watching it, he was discussing the music. For some reason, on a helicopter. I spent 17 minutes listening to the band crew. The whole time, he was like, I made this. It's pretty.
They just took a huge, expensive helicopter ride around Tokyo. They were just like, I don't just for research on it. And then the girl who did the music for Wings of Reen also was like, you could tell she was like very creeped out, like very confused, just like, yeah, it was great working with them. Help me, please. But the thing that struck me the most is when he was talking about the guy who did the character designs, and they interview him too, and they asked him like, hey, how did Tomino approach you? He was like, yeah, he told me that he didn't like my work really. He told me to do whatever I want, except nobody can wear shorts. That was the only stipulation he had. He said I can do whatever I want, and I think Tomino might be like, I think I'm on the spectrum, but I think he's like really on the spectrum because he has like these. Also, the directing is so bad. He lingers on stuff that makes zero sense, like a close up of like spiders' webs. That makes zero sense. Like it does.
Then you have the Hojo army general spazzing out because he's killing a lot of people, seeing all the wings wither away and seeing his own life being depleted. Then just like an episode of The Rifleman, after he gives a speech, he goes, next episode, slay everyone. I'll take my swords and just carve the shore.
It's just and also like it's just, I don't know. I really don't know what happened to him because he was I literally think he was a genius at one point.
So, let me ask you this.
He is going crazy.
Would you say you mentioned that he's like the Gary Busey of anime. Would you say that perhaps he's actually the M. Night Shyamalan of anime?
No, because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like he's had more hits than misses.
Yeah.
There's also like, maybe it's so odd to me that he had such a slump. And this includes brain power too. Just such a slump. And also like, there's a lot of like undertones of like almost fascist ideals in these shows, like Garzy's Wing and Wings of Rain.
So I have to disagree with that on the sense that they made the Principality of Zeon the bad guys in Gundam.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not talking about Gundam. I was talking about.
I know, but I'm just saying that. So see, the thing is that I disagree with the idea that Gundam is brilliant on the grounds that I think Zeon is right, and they just portray them as
That's because you're American, AC. They're trying to break away.
Because I'm an individualist, right? So, or I'm for national sovereignty or whatever. But so I just think it's funny because they make them out to be these caricatures that are so absurd and like demonic almost. To the point where it's just like it's ridiculous, and occasionally they do a Gundam where they do it from the perspective of Zeon, a little bit more.
For me, I think the thing, because I honestly like Zeon a little bit more overall.
But that's also probably because of Char.
Yeah, well, and this
Also,
is the thing.
yeah, right.
This is the thing is that Char in the show is such a complicated character.
Yeah,
but in Char's counterattack, I love Char's counterattack, but he ends up becoming the goofy villain that you expect him to be.
Right.
And he
So
does.
I haven't watched Char's Counterattack, but I'm gonna pretend like I'm gonna keep nodding to let you go through
I've
this.
watched it. So what do you want to talk about?
He does stuff that kind of goes against his character, and it kind of like I like Char's Counterattack as a standalone film. I think it's good, but when you have all that, like when you have the original series and Zeta all back, like all behind you, and you go into Char's Counterattack, it kind of breaks the character for me because he was a super complicated character and he is so one-dimensional in that film.
The Casanova prince who wants his kingdom back.
The only Gundam I've seen is G Gundam,
Oh yeah,
Gundam Wing, 08 MS Team, 0083, and Thunderbolt.
Have you seen both Thunderbolts?
No, I've seen the first Thunderbolt, and it's probably G Gundam's my favorite Gundam, but it's
Pretty good.
my second favorite would be Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt is really good. I like, honestly, I'm a huge Gundam fan, obviously, but I have every Blu-ray that's been released so far. I even have the.
I also saw Gundam Narrative, but I don't talk about that one.
It's just, dude, Gundam Narrative. Like, this is a side tangent to Garzy's Wing. Unicorn is my favorite Gundam. And when they announced, hey, we're doing a sequel to Unicorn, I was like, oh shit, hell yeah. And then when it came out, I was like, oh no, why?
I do a series where I go to the movies or I go to a screening at a convention. It's called my just first impressions. It's basically just a review, but without like an in-depth analysis. It's just like what we thought of it in the moment. And I went to see Gundam Narrative with another YouTuber who had never seen any of Gundam. And I let him give his spiel. I haven't even released it. I haven't even started editing the video. I let him give his spiel, and I turned to him and was like, all right, I'm going to derail this whole thing. And I had an existential crisis over how bad that was.
There are some really good fight scenes in that movie, though. Like, the animation is
the rest of that movie is
it's dog
Joe
shit.
Rogan podcast with Alex Jones getting high. Okay? Like, as I'm watching it, I'm thinking of, I know exactly which clip from that podcast I'm going to juxtapose next to this scene. You know, like,
have you seen the video of him explaining the plot of Evangelion?
Yeah.
I love that. Have you seen it recently? Where he's like, you know what? I'm going to eat my neighbor. I'm going to eat my neighbor. Just
I've met Alex Jones actually.
Jesus.
Oh man, so
how was that?
Yeah. It's way too long of a story. It was a work related thing. When I was working for a chiropractor that puts on the biggest wellness seminar in the United States, because the guy that makes the supplements for Alex Jones is a friend of the chiropractor that I used to work for. Dr. Group, he's a great guy actually, and those supplements, like, believe it or not, are actually really good.
Honestly, they're probably keeping him alive. He looks like he's a walking heart attack. He's about to blow it. He's so red.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, it's too long of a story to get into, but I will say this before he was the keynote speaker the year that we had him. And before going on stage, because he's used to talking into a camera and not to an audience of like 50,000 people or however many, maybe 5,000. I don't know how many people were there. I'm bad at judging those kind of things. But he downed like an entire bottle of vodka right before going on stage. And it was just impressive to watch because he was lucid the entire time after having like, seriously, half a bottle of vodka at least, and like another full bottle of wine. Like, anyway,
Jesus.
So going back,
but back to Gundam and Garzy's Wing, I think Tomino, even if I disagree, like for instance, Requisita and G, there is some good in that series. He has good ideas. I do not think there is a single good idea in Garzy's Wing. I do not think there's a single good idea in Wings of Rain.
It was a good idea to have a character spirit get taken by a naked goose to another isekai world.
That's the other thing. Oh my god, that whole scene where he's on a motorcycle, right?
Yep.
That whole scene, I was like, because I had not seen it, and you're the one who brought it to my attention. You're like, in the comments, you're like, Flip, you should watch Garzy's Wing. And I was like,
Yeah.
what's that? And then Justin was like, you're not going to like Tomino anymore after this. And I was like, oh no. During that, I literally stood up and just went, what the fuck? I hit pause and I walked out of my room to get something to drink and just kind of not get mad because I was like, this is the dumbest thing in the world. And I have watched over 150 episodes of Beyblade. I
feel like he had recently watched Terminator or something and thought like, yeah, like they go to the other world and they're naked. They have nothing, that's a great story.
Cliff, do you know in the Gundam universe in the first Gundam when Nala shows up, she was like surrounded by geese, then her spirit animal's like that same type of goose. Do you know what that's supposed to symbolize?
Nobody but Tomino knows.
Okay.
I really don't.
Isn't one of the Gundams, or was it from Gundam or Dunbine? The tall geese? That's from
Gundam.
Yeah, Gundam Wing, man.
Gundam Wing, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so he's got a thing with geese. So I want to share the tweets. This is a really bad joke I made at one point.
That's actually a good show, though.
Yeah, no, here's my terrible joke. Hold up at Discotheque Media. Are you trying to tell me it's possible to get to Bison Well on a giant goose without being naked and that Christopher Chiaki was just a total freak? To which I followed up with, oh, I see. Maybe there were actually a lot of warning signs prior to that interview where Yoshiyuki Tomino said that Shinkai's characters needed to grab each other's crotches, correct? Because this was directed and created by Tomino. And then I happened to pause my Blu-ray at exactly this moment when Emily is killed while watching Dunbine. But no, seriously, this is the kind of wonderful thing that you get to see in Garzy's Wing. After a battle, while they're treating the wounded, this guy, for some reason, is pulling out another guy's tongue.
One of my bigger questions for Garzy's Wing is they're on a raft. Instead of having, I don't know, a paddle or use a sword or a staff to go by it, they have people go under the raft and swim to get to their destination. What was with that?
I mean, they're like in whitewater rapids. So, but yeah, just to for the audience and for Reese who didn't watch it, I have to just really clarify how absurd this is. This character is riding a motorcycle. This giant ass like ghost geese flies down and just pulls his spirit out of the motorcycle version of himself, which continues riding the motorcycle completely unscathed, as though he's now two separate beings. And as he's being taken away to the land of Bison Well, he is yelling his own name at his own body, still on the motorcycle. Not what the hell is happening, what's going on. No, he's yelling, Chris, wait, what's going on? Right? And then, also, yeah, Mance Rayder from Game of Thrones is apparently in this.
So I have actually pinpointed exactly where the accident happened in Tomino's life.
Okay.
Happened, and I'm gonna guess because he was active as all get out from 1963 all the way down to 1988 after Char's counterattack. It wasn't until 1991 he directed F91. So something happened in between 88 and 91 because this is where things went downhill.
Oh, I know
what?
You guys talked about this on the Fan versus Pro, the drug ban.
Oh my god!
Oh, I guarantee you that's what that's got to be. Is that they
oh my god
down on the mushrooms?
You actually?
I mean, when you watch this shit, that's what's going on. Clearly, the guy's on mushrooms.
Well, it was 1988, Char's counterattack, great, and then 1991, F91, bad, Victory Gundam, bad, and then Garzy's Wing, and then Brain Powered. Like, what happened right there?
Has he done anything good since then?
He's done Turn A in 99 and to 2000. He did Overman King Gainar in 2002. Gainer, sorry. And he's directing the Requinjisa NG 5-part movie series.
So number one, the only thing that was actually good about Overman King Gainer was that amazing opening theme.
I think the whole show is good. I haven't
seen it. I have it, but I haven't seen it.
Number two, So I wonder if, for example, Hathaway's Flash. Oh my God, I can't click the button. Why? Okay. With Hathaway's Flash, for example, that's a story that he wrote.
Yes.
Before 1980 or whatever, right?
And it's
Like,
actually I have read fan translations. They're not the best, but the general gist of the story is good.
So, but what I'm getting at is, I wonder if anything that he's done that's been good since the motorcycle accident, I wonder if he wrote those things or the concepts were already fleshed out before that time. You know, like
Right.
Perhaps when you look at Reconquista and G and you say like, well, there's good ideas in there. Like, it's not a total train wreck. There are some good ideas in there. Maybe those good ideas were thought up like in the 80s.
Well, the second Blu-ray of the movie got pushed back because of the COVID-19. But me and Logan, who works for Discotech, we did a review of the first movie, and it was a pretty good retelling of the first 5 episodes that trimmed the fat, better animation. It looked great. Really good, really solid and focused. Now, what we read in a review from a Japanese website is that the second movie deviates from the plot, but in a positive way. So I'm thinking this is going to be like
when we covered that article that talked about him with the whole Shinkai-kun and all that. He said that fans of Gundam aren't going to like the new Reconquista and G. Isn't that something we read, Reese? Didn't that come up in there?
I can't remember.
Okay. All right. Well, okay then.
So far, I am very positive because I think the mech designs in Reconquista and G are amazing. Done by the same guy who did the designs in your Bracket 7. So they're like they look great. The problem with, I think, Tomino is that he has these very complicated ideas, and I think he needs somebody to come in and say, hey, let's kind of own in, like let's not put so much bullshit.
Yeah. Let's not make it like it was supposed to be 3 movies. Yeah.
And that's the problem I think he has, is that he never has a budget to back his ideas.
Yeah, so that's the issue with being an artist, is that all of us, speaking as an artist, all of us are dreadfully mentally ill in some way or another, but we function like on the surface in a way that seems okay. Let me put it this way: why do you think it's taken me over 1.5 years to make that Broly video, guys? like it's because I'm obsessive over certain details that I know can be right, and so that video will not be complete until those details are right. And thankfully, a lot of those details are now right, and I'm able to work through some of those issues. But I'm just saying that there's a perfectionism with artists and creatives that you will destroy your entire life. The idea of a starving artist comes not from the fact that people don't value your work. It comes from the fact that you can't actually produce work in a sustainable way because you're so obsessive over your craft that the only way to actually survive is through patronage, right? That's why the idea of Patreon comes back from patrons in like the Middle Ages who would fund the lifestyle of an artist because they saw the intrinsic value in what they could produce and had the patience to understand that they can't produce that, on the clock every day, which is one of the reasons why the industry, especially the animation industry, is so soul crushing for an artist, because you're forced to churn stuff out that if you had your say in it, you would do things 1,000,000 times better than what the studio wants you to do, but it will take you 10 times longer because you can't even get up from bed every morning and sit down and draw. Like, it's just not something that comes to you every day. You got that muse that comes, once in a blue moon, and you turn out something overnight, like my amazing erotic novel. That otherwise you couldn't have produced, and you don't get to have a say in when that muse comes. Pun intended on the erotic novel.
Tomino stated in an interview for Wings of Rain, that he does not like anime, and they asked him like, "How did you get?" He's like, "I like movies. I wanted to be a director. I couldn't find a job, so I just took up a job directing." That's the only thing so he doesn't even respect
that is directly in conflict with what the special features say about Tomino in this.
That is not what he says in.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm just saying it says that he always wanted to be an animation director or something, and he went to school to learn animation and stuff. But I wouldn't doubt that he. See, the thing again, speaking from the perspective of an artist, you reauthor your own life every like 5 or 10 years, right? And it's like people do this thing where. Because the thing about being an artist is it's literally your identity. So when your identity doesn't work for you anymore, people change it, which is one of the reasons why you have the absurdity of people like, let's say, celebrities privating their Twitter account and scrolling back through everything they've ever said and deleting things that are now no longer okay to have said. You know what I mean? Is you got to they reauthor themselves into a new person and pretend to have been that person their whole life. And I think that that's very common for artists to do that in a lot of ways. And I think that people like Tomino try to convey or portray an image of themselves that isn't actually true, but it's what they want to be. It's like that residual self-image idea. And I don't know, like it's like you could watch an interview from a person in 1999 and another interview in 2019, and they'll say completely different things, and it's perhaps because their outlook on life has changed to where the way they view their own past has changed, but the conflicting details start to get a little muddy because I don't know, it's a weird thing about artistry.
I think Tomino means well. I just don't think, I don't know, he seems like such an asshole sometimes. I don't know. I don't know why. Like earlier, Tomino, like because I used to be in love with his work.
So go through the list. You said what was right before F99? Was it Zeta?
It was Char's Counterattack.
Okay, so was that a critical success? Was that massive?
Char's Counterattack is like beloved, especially.
Do you think he just got lucky with that? And then.
Well, here's the thing: is like if you look at his directing, he did Triton of the Sea, which is it's okay, it's not terrible. He directed before that he directed Brave Raideen, which I personally like.
You should Raideen, yeah.
He produced Voltus 5. He directed Zambot 3, Daitarn 3, and then he did Gundam. And then a year after Gundam, because Gundam was a failure. People don't know that a lot of the times, but Gundam
got canceled.
It got canceled. The original series got canceled. He went directly after that and worked on Ideon, and then he like pushed and pushed and pushed, and he said like, give me another chance. They did the Gundam movies. He did all 3 of them. He did 1 in 81 and then 2 in 82, and he wrote and directed those. And I think those are fantastic movies.
I think Gundam is his Star Wars. Like if you compare him to Lucas, and it's kind of that way in the sense that Lucas went
great comparison. Actually, that is a great comparison.
So, but if you think about it, Lucas actually did a lot of movies, right? He did American Graffiti. He did a lot of things, but what he's known for is Star Wars, right? And same thing with Tomino. It's like he did a lot of stuff. Like I knew I own Brainpower, and I've never sat down and watched it. In fact,
my God,
I don't think I've ever sat down and watched any of the Tomino that you would consider good. Like the stuff that was like an original idea by Tomino rather than a sequel idea. I mean, I honestly can't think of anything I've seen other than maybe Dunbine that you would sit down and say like, yeah, this is some of his good stuff. And that's again subjective rather than objective with Dunbine. But
I think it's pretty objective. The Bison Well saga is 90% shit.
Yeah, but like I said, it's this, like I said at the beginning, that Dunbine is good because of its the campiness of the dub and the colors.
I also like the
character literally named Shot Weapon is the villain. Yeah. Marvel Frozen is the love interest. Go ahead, Augie.
I kind of have a different idea for this series. I love the fact of how it went to like a feudal fairy tale in a setting kind of similar to He-Man. That there's some elements that they got right. Like at the beginning, they were trying to discuss mercenary bargaining, trying to get the Black Knight to join the other side first. I forgot his name.
Oh God!
Like, see, like Dunbine is actually enjoyable. You can watch that show
Oh yeah.
And you're like, I had a good time. Garzy's win.
They're like going hyper. Oh God!
Yeah,
and then
hyper
next they're
kills
getting
them instantly,
enormous,
but-
and then they just like the Black Knights. Like he starts going hyper, and then they're like, "Oh shit, he's going hyper!" And then it's like in Mario when you get the mushroom
Right.
and you're, and then you immediately touch an enemy and you go, they get back.
Yeah. Well, I liked how the story progressed in this one. It all is similar to Gundam, obviously. The whole different battle fronts that they go through. They give you a map. They show you what's going on. I have no idea what resources these areas have to be important for this feudal era, but the mysticism.
Everything
that
was
they
bad
explore-
about this.
What?
It's funny you're talking about like the actual stories. I couldn't even tell you what the story was. All I remember is that they're trying to save Emily for like the longest time because
Were you
like
imagining a baby while watching this again?
of course all the time. But my favorite thing about this during the rewatch is that like you know how the opening song ends and then they tell you like few remember the stories of Byston Well, right? And then it goes to that little spiel thing about what it is, just like in My Hero Academia, where they like we're in a world that has superheroes, blah blah blah, like they do in every single episode. And then it cuts to the shot of Sho going, "Oh!" Every episode for the whole like first 26 episodes has that freaking shot. It's the funniest thing to me. And then with Garzy's Wing, they did the same shit with Chris. That was so fucking hilarious. It's just the yelling and shit. Oh God, everything about it is bad is my favorite thing about it.
Out of Tomino's works, I feel like this one in particular, aside from the reused Nala plot that killed the psychic girl, this is probably the best he's written a romance, really. Because you have like
he's really bad.
The tragic romance
Really bad at romance.
of Emily and Neil, or the romance of Marvel and Sho that goes nowhere and gets real awkward when they finally start expressing their feelings.
honestly, I kind of wish that the fairy would have been normal size, because that would have made the pairing of that would have made more sense. But since they're like size difference, can't do
Big
that.
yikes for me, dog.
You clearly haven't seen your species reviewers.
Nope.
This is kind of off topic, but did you guys know that Gundam got pushed back? The original Gundam movies and F91 and Char's Counterattack are all getting 4K releases.
Sweet.
I think we've covered that.
Are you guys big into 4K?
So I don't own a way to watch that, but I like it the bit depth or the color depth, right, rather than the scale.
The HDR is, I think that's the real game changer, not the scale.
Yeah,
I think
right, because most people can't actually tell the difference, right? And like realistically, if you were to continually swap between 1080p and 4K from the distance you would reasonably be watching something, you won't be able to tell the difference.
The HDR is incredible,
but the HDR, like you're saying, that's night and day. Like that is so much more.
So I didn't think before. I didn't think, hey, 4K anime would look that good. You know what I mean? Like, because it's like, like if you see a movie that's shot in 35 millimeter and then they put it out in 4K. Like last night we just watched the first Matrix film, and that was shot in 35 millimeter. That looks so good in 4K, like insanely good. When Cobra came out, I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy its discotheque. We got a 4K player, we got a 4K TV, and I was like, holy shit! Anime in 4K is literally like I've never done acid, but the colors that are on the screen is how I would imagine acid would be. So now the Akira box set is coming out. I have that coming. That's in 4K. But Gundam, like Tomino's stuff, is coming out in 4K. And how amazing would it be if Garzy's Wing got a 4K release? Right?
Okay, so before we get too far away from this topic,
but back to Dumbbine.
Hold on. You had talked about it being like He-Man, the He-Man world. So while I was watching Garzy's Wing again, picture this storyline, but it's not animated. It's Kevin Sorbo's Hercules.
Oh, Jesus.
Like, if you watch this again, I could totally see this. Like Xena, the campy, Kevin Sorbo's Hercules, right? Just imagine a character like that is an isekai instead of just like a mythical adventure. That's what this is. Okay, it is exactly that.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
Oh, if it gets people to watch more Hercules and Xena, I'm happy for that. One other thing
I
about
used to love those shows.
oh, me too.
Xena Hercules.
One last thing about original Dunbine. I love the villain banter and backstabbing. It's like a soap opera the whole time. When the king was
Even the
talking to the
villains-
queen at first, he told her to shut up, don't know your business, or get out of my business while he was talking politics. She was trying to talk politics with him.
Yeah, I just love the two villain characters that are hitting on each other in that one scene where they're riding the horse and like the bitch sass from the girl shooting him down. I fucking love it. It's the campy dialogue. It's how it's like I don't know how anybody went into that recording booth with a straight face. And like I'm glad that they did because it came out like in a level that you just couldn't get like organically. I guess I don't know how to even describe it. It just comes out so freaking well with all these voice actors just taking it so seriously. For the fact, I mean, were they all also on mushrooms when they did the recording?
The Blu-ray did edit out the special features that the DVDs have, like the behind the scenes and how they made it. I'm not sure if it's Japanese made or the dub.
Probably something with the license.
Yeah, I don't know because Sentai and ADV are effectively the same company.
It is ABV.
You know, so it's not like they had to get it. It's not like they had to get permission from like Bandai or something. Well, maybe in this particular case, maybe Bandai Japan, yes, but they didn't have to get permission from like from Funimation or Geneon, right? To put those special features out, kind of thing.
Did anyone watch the OVA?
Size issue. No, I didn't watch the OVA because I only watch what I own, and there's
This
no
is
official
bootleg.
release.
How about you, Flip?
No.
All right. So the best way to describe this, Flip, have you seen Escaflowne?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Remember the comparison between the TV series and the movie?
Yeah.
Rinse and repeat here. Instead of it being like this huge world, it's like set in a primitive era. No one's transported into this world. Just like Escaflowne, the robots drill into the people. And it just focuses on the fight between Rio and the Black Knight, while some other characters get different redesigns. Remember the person who created the mechs and stuff in Dunbine, or stole the idea and went with it? He is a zombie priest in this one.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm utilizing this week's podcast magic on that getting an official release over here because that sounds incredible.
It's pretty.
I'd love to see that. How is that not over here yet?
It does more. Instead of showing them, it does have the clashes and stuff, but more still frames. It looks really good, but still frame. I want to say, remember in Berserk how they have like the still frame before they go to the next episode or towards the end or something?
Okay, you're talking about the blackjack or whatever watercolor still frames?
Yeah, but much more epic like.
Okay.
So
real quick, later on in this story, whatever right here, he literally exists in both Japan and Bison Well, right? This character.
Yeah.
And I was watching, I had it with subtitles on. I was reading as I was listening, even though they were slightly different. And I'm really forcing myself to pay attention to this. When I got to this shot, I started it over because I clearly missed something. Right? Because how is he in both places at once? I totally forgot that was a thing. So I started it over to watch this again, which is why some of my screenshots are out of order, why I had this one first, and then I come back to this one. I said he literally exists in both Japan and Bison Well at the same time. It's as though Tomino couldn't decide whether he wanted to do an angsty slice of life or an isekai, so he just said fuck it and made them both at the same time, probably while on lots of drugs. Right? And then I noted that you were absolutely right. Tomino will do whatever it takes to get his male characters half or full naked, right? Because he just starts stripping outside of his house, right?
And it's never the females. Never the females.
Right.
It's always
Right.
the men, except for in Brain Power, there's boobies on the intro.
Right.
Never.
And we've got OG Rem and Ram. Oh, my favorite line. This is the only thing I remembered from Garzy's Wing was when you taste or smoke it, you get happy and do crazy things. We're talking about the drug, right?
Put that on my gravestone.
And then this is my favorite moment in Garzy's Wing, hands down. It's from episode 2. I said, I think this is my favorite scene. He's literally at a class reunion pool party when he gets a mental IM from his other self, and literally in mid-sentence, the camera zooms in on his face as he looks up to the sky like he's receiving a fax from heaven. Like with the light rays and everything. So I wasn't content that I conveyed that properly. So I had to also include, I have to screen share it differently so you can even hear it. I had to include a video recording of it. Hold on, there's a special way to do audio in a StreamYard screen share. You have to do
kind of slows down. We see like stops of shadow. AC. I get that you're having internet issues, but it's like you just notice that it's more noticeable than usual.
Okay. All right. So here we go.
Oh, what Flip?
Are I know AC's West Coast. Are you East Coast?
I am in. I'm in Alabama, so in the Rocket City where you have that big old space camp.
And Reese is in Iowa, right?
Oh, you're close to me, Reese.
Oh my God. Okay. So hover to unmute. How about you just unmute when I click on the thing? Oh dear God. Come on. Wow. I should have just left it muted. Okay. So yeah, he's talking to this girl and then it's like his brain shuts down. Like he's got a hypnotoad going on. Right. And I like the idea of this is like, I like the idea that this is, in Metal Gear Solid, you're playing the game and all of a sudden you get the codec call and it goes into the call, right? And then you're having a conversation with the person and then you finally get done with the stupid conversation and then you take one extra step and it goes and it comes back into it. That's what I feel like is happening in this scene. Like, just like as soon as this is over, he goes back to his conversation and then he's like, oh wait, PS, and he goes back into like heavenly fax machine mode. And then literally immediately after this. So first of all, I just got to address the fact that he's having this like thought with himself, the conversation about how, oh, if you die in that world, what's going to happen to me here? Oh man, I better figure this out. I know the best way to figure it out is to go to that fucking pool party, right? And then he goes to the damn pool party and he's like literally immediately after discussing, like he's constantly talking to his other self that's in a literal war. And his response is time to go to my pool party. Then while he's there, he gets a message from his other self about how their plan is going. And he immediately gets distracted and tries to pick up the hottie. This is where the title of the podcast came from. Hey, you got sexy. Well, actually, it's you certainly got sexy in the dub, but the subtitles show, hey, you got sexy, right? And then I just want to address, so I can get through this, so I can just stop screen sharing this. I love Garzy's Wing's U.S. release history. Because this was the original cover for the DVD, right? Then they switch it to this artwork, which literally is the reason I bought it, because it looked freaking badass. Although I gotta say, the actual Japanese artwork, when seen in full screen, looks fucking horrible. Like this doesn't even do it justice how bad it looks. Just like scratchy and shit. Like the detail just completely gets obliterated. Also, they reversed the cover. Right, so it's mirrored in the English release. And then my favorite thing is that it was promoted alongside Sins of the Sisters as like the VHS they were selling at the time.
Only at Tower Records.
I missed Tower Records. And then that was another conversation. I think that's it. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so we can stop screen sharing now.
Ogie, are you just all talk about Ogie, are you the guy in the group with the minion?
Yep.
Okay. You don't look the same in the picture, so I was like, is that him?
When we started the podcast, Augie had short hair, like in that picture, and he has not cut it at once. He's not cut it at all since we started the podcast. So that's 3 years of hair.
Hey, there's a pandemic going on, so I can get my hair cut, but I'll gladly watch anime while working.
Okay, yeah, the pandemic hasn't been going on for 3 years.
Well, but do you see what I meant by it's just a manipulation of my last name?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say your name.
Thank you.
Except that it came up in the.
Yeah, I wish you would censor that. I really did not like that.
I didn't do that.
I got doxxed one time, and it was not good. That's scary. People found out like my business's name and called
that's gotta be
threatening
awful.
me, sending me pictures of my kid. Like it was bad.
Mm.
It was a scary time. It was a scary month. But
I got doxxed when this thing happened.
yeah, why aren't you on camera, Reese?
Huh?
Why aren't you on camera?
Because I look like a thumb.
Who gives a You don't look like a thumb, dude.
Okay, no.
So,
Okay, Reese, if I may, Reese has a genetic disorder that is so rare that your name is in the medical books. Is that correct?
Something like that, yeah.
So basically, Reese stopped developing at 14, or stopped aging. Well, how do you phrase it?
I stopped growing entirely when I was 14.
So he still has the hormones of a 14-year-old, which we make fun of a lot, or have immense joy in.
I am the butt of every joke on this
But
podcast.
it's because we love you. So earlier today, he posted a picture in our private chat. And Reese, what is your eyesight?
I don't even know.
It's like 21.
They classify it by fingers at 4 feet.
Okay, so you know how like typical eyesight's 20/20, right? Or perfect eyesight, right? So Reese's eyesight is so bad that his glasses are like super duper thick. So he posts a selfie of himself wearing the JoJo bandana, right? Because he has to go outside, and his eyes are just like enormous behind the thing. So I posted a picture of Steve Odekirk's Thumb Wars. Do you remember that? With like the really big eyes on the thumb. Yeah, so that's his reference to because I look like a thumb.
So Reese, are you a dub or sub guy because of this?
It's a good
What
question.
now?
Do you like
Like-
dubs or subs because you're
Oh, I like both. I mean,
fellow hybridist.
I like. I mean,
So
because
Hey.
my hearing it has gone out as well. I like to watch dubs with the subs on.
I just want to hug you, Reese. I'm sorry. man. Like,
So Reese, I have to ask you this. So this is something I've never understood, and I guess it kind of makes sense, but so like there's this story that you often hear about people with the first time that like people with bad eyesight the first time they got glasses, where they see a tree for the first time and realize it's not just a green mass, that it actually has individual leaves or something like that, right? And it's like they literally believed for their whole life up until the point where they got glasses that that's how the world looked, right? Until they see things clearly for the first time. So I'm curious. I feel as though if you're watching, like if you were to take a photograph of something, then the parallaxing gets flattened. Like, is it when you have bad eyesight and you look at essentially a photograph or like an anime, something on a screen that's essentially flat versus having depth, does it still look like weird? Like does stuff in the distance of the shot, because you're supposed to be able to focus on this flat.
Things look normally.
I don't understand how that works.
Things look normally for me.
you're 29.
Yes.
Okay.
My birthday was like 2 months ago. Yeah, something like that.
Wait, when's your birthday? In January?
March 7th.
March. Okay.
All right.
So
I see
yeah,
two things in the private
everything
chat here.
looks normal, but like small. Like I'm very near. Like I'm kind of. I guess I'm nearsighted. I don't know. Like distance. I'm not very good with distance.
How far do you sit away from your TV and are able to comfortably enjoy a show?
On my laptop, maybe like 2 feet. I guess. I don't know.
So roughly what anybody would.
Yeah.
How difficult is it for you to grocery shop?
For me.
He managed to do it in a reasonable amount of time today, Augie.
I didn't know.
I live with my dad.
Okay.
So, I mean.
Well, that explains why you like.
And I can and in Pokemon Go references, I can see the grocery store.
Okay.
Okay.
Brad knows what I'm talking about. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I actually got to get going here in a few minutes, guys.
I got to go to work in the morning, so it's already 11 for me.
FDDNM wanted you to go through these comments on then.
Oh, okay. Well,
He wants Flip to take a picture of his Gundam collection and send it to him.
I posted it on my Twitter about a month ago. If you scroll through my media, I have every U.S. release except for Unicorn because I have the Unicorn box set because it's the only way to get the TV series of that show. So even though it's
right, 'cause it was released as movies or something.
it's like OVAs, like long ass
Yeah.
OVAs. So I mean, it doesn't like you're not they're not better either. It's just a collector's thing.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I also have F91 and I have NT 4K.
Well, that was a mistake.
So, largest mistake in my life.
All right. Well, Flip, I really appreciate you hanging
Guys,
out with us.
this has been an absolute blast. All of you guys are awesome. It was great talking to you. Now I know who you are, Ogie. We actually communicate quite a bit in that group. So yeah. So
Right on.
yeah, but
All right.
thank you guys.
Well,
I'm gonna get going.
yeah, thank you for stopping
I
by.
get up at 7 hours. So
All right, man.
All
Get
right.
some sleep.
you guys kick ass. I love you guys. I watch the show all the time, and like I was telling him, AC said he was surprised I would go on because I'm kind of like anti-Vic. But what I like is about people like AC is that we can have different ideologies and still be friends and still be friendly with each
Yeah.
other, and none of that shit in the end. None of that shit matters. We all love anime anyways. So
The phrase that you said that I thought was so poignant was so many people are willing to die on hills that are hollow these days.
yep. That,
And I thought that was a really great way of putting it.
that's probably the smartest thing I've ever said. So
Yeah.
have a good one.
All right,
Take
man.
care.
Catch you later.
Later, bud.
All right. So what he actually said was what I actually said to him was I was surprised that he enjoyed the show because I felt like we were so ideologically different. And then in parentheses, I put regarding things like Vic. Yeah, anyway, I think we were pretty straightforward on the whole Vic thing because as we said before, we're not really, or at least speaking for myself, I'm not kick Vic or I stand with Vic. I just want to get to the bottom of it. And I think the best way to do that is through the lawsuit. Anyway, thank you guys for joining us. I've got to be up in a few hours as well. I actually normally get up at 4:30. So this is going to be fun. Considering I probably won't be able to fall asleep for another 3 hours. But thank you guys for hanging with us. Were there any other things in the comments? Because I have not looked at the comments like hardly at all that would be worth bringing up.
After discussion, I want to
Master Keaton's Blu-ray is a pretty upscale. Well, that's unfortunate.
Ooh, that's scary.
That's unfortunate.
I'm sure that if Discotech got it, that they would do a better job.
Yeah.
Oh, way to go, old man. First,
Not
he and I
liking
are the only ones that love Hina. And the other one was
I'm sorry to hear that I don't like your wank fest. Oh, should I read my? Should we read the my erotic light novel?
You're
oh, let's get through the
Would you guys like a bedtime story?
what you guys like a bedtime story.
Go for it.
Started long ago.
I honestly don't actually want to say these things out loud.
Kudos for old man for
Well, we got to end. AC, we got to end the podcast with a bang. Come on.
Well, if you're gonna put it that way, hold on while Discord opens up.
We
Also,
we got to end podcast 100 with a bang. Come on.
I know, right? I
Golden
was gonna do it at the beginning, but it was kind of awkward because I'm like, oh yeah, so Flip, you're new here. Hold on while I read you my fanfic.
Hold on while I regale you with my erotic fantasy.
All right, so real quick,
Oh, yeah.
this was shared. So Funimation removes Drifters from streaming service update. So they lost the streaming license, right? But the
Scroll
series
down,
continues
scroll
streaming on
down to
Hulu.
the bottom to the update.
Oh,
Bottom.
hold on.
Bottom.
Hold on. Discord popped up finally while I was scrolling, so my
Okay.
mouse is on the other screen. Funimation reminded the term for Drifters digital rights has expired, but fans can still enjoy Drifters via our Blu-ray release, which is still available. Is that what you want?
Buy physical, stupid bitches.
Not to mention,
I don't think I own Drifters. Do I? I might actually have it.
I have
I have it. I have the original combo pack release.
Yeah, the non essentials or whatever. Yeah.
Classics. I think it's a classic.
I got the DVD without the slipcase.
Wait, you got the DVD?
As far as I'm concerned, they're all boogie woogie
Yeah,
boxes.
I got the DVD release.
There's a DVD. Oh yeah, I guess there was a DVD. Was that Walmart?
Would have been Walmart, but I found it at a old CD record store.
Are you sure that's not a bootleg or something, or somebody like took
It'd
the?
be worst case, I buy it again.
It's still available, according to her.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to our not safe for work Reddit channel.
Do you like?
I hope nobody's posted not safe for work stuff on our Reddit that I haven't checked in like a year and a half.
Do you like what I renamed the channel and for the topic?
Studio Jizzly. Oh, how do you do that? How do you do that? I don't. Welcome to Studio Jizzly Productions. This is the start of the Studio Jizzly Productions channel. Once cucked on another planet. All right, so let me screen share our. God, I honestly don't want to read this. I'm screen sharing this so that my face doesn't. I don't have to look at my own face while reading this. Okay, so yeah, before we announce the title, these were these are the ones that you guys came up with. So Lishansky said, "I got punched in the cock." I forgot that was even a thing, part of it. See, because I there was like a couple beats I wanted to hit, so I wrote some of them way too fast because I typed all this out on my phone, right? Oh. And I literally wrote too much of it, so like it was longer than Discord would let me type, so I had to like copy and paste half the paragraphs, Anyway. Yeah, and then anime fans like, what's going on here? All right. So again, this has to go back to JT Master's blackmailing with his self-pleasure videos. All right. So the protagonist, Junichi Tai Maeda, Tai being short for hentai and also the initials of JT Master, is young and about to have sex with his first girlfriend, who grabs his dick, which is animated as a bottle of mustard throughout the series, and demands that he wears a condom. Upon hearing he didn't have one, Koriwa Nandeska, which literally means what's that? She Falcon punches him in the dick and runs away, never to be seen again by Tai. In the years since, Tai has never been able to get over his first and only love. Many ladies.
Heard you had some mustard.
Yeah, but I thought I was going to be able to get through this without laughing at my own words.
Many ladies.
Hold on. Many ladies have stimulated his mustard boner through their only fans.
It was a sling blade that killed you.
I forgot I wrote that.
You laugh like Mr.
Okay. Many ladies have stimulated his mustard boner through their OnlyFans, but no one since Dick Puncher has ever been able to stimulate his heart boner. And so Tai has devolved into a complete degenerate. He has developed every deranged fetish in the book, and even some that aren't. That's a reference to you. Was that old man who wanted to gain the Fudanari fetish? Which one of you degenerates was that?
Wasn't
it was
me.
either. I think it was Versus Seed, actually. Yeah, anyway, that's. I have to find that to source that on the sources to these. Anyway, so and this is like where I copied and pasted because I ran out of the ability to type all that on that thing. Anyway, so one night, after growing tired of the mosaic censorship on his Japanese adult videos, Tai attempts to illegally download the uncensored version of his favorite porno, Boken Kid Adventure Kid. Sorry, Boken Co. Adventure Kid. From critically acclaimed director Yoshiyuki Shinkai-kun, and animated by Studio Jizzly, parentheses, this is how we get Shinkai to do a hentai scene for the Blu-ray. We definitely win this contest because this is already a masterpiece. After the age gate, he finds the coveted video, but is distracted by a banner ad for a game advising him, quote, not to tell his friends about it because, quote, you will come so many buckets, end quote. And presumably, if your friends are also playing it, then no one will check on you and ensure you are still alive. Upon following the link, Ty falls for the fake download button and initiates a series of pop-ups that trigger spyware to be downloaded on his computer. Eventually, Ty gets all the pop-ups closed and starts his pornathon with the game. Which turns out to not require many button clicks, as he proceeds to cum buckets all night in various depraved ways. The next morning, covered in... God, I forgot I actually looked up how to do the strike through on Jizz. Covered in mustard, Ty awakens to a malicious message on his computer screen. It appears the author of the spyware recorded his epic wank fest. I wrote that before they even said that on Fan vs. Pro. And is blackmailing him for $2,000 in cuck coin. So for anybody who doesn't remember, the person who was blackmailing JT Master wanted $2,000 in Bitcoin. Anyway, provided in the message are stills, including Ty's predilection for dressing up as a magical girl, which is a reference to Pro Jared, right? And jerking off on his own face, which is a reference to an episode of Workaholics, which is quite funny. Anyway, although excited by the idea that everyone will know what a degenerate freak he is, being an exhibitionist and all, Ty is also very cheap since he has to spend all his money on his wank material. So he decides to fake his own death within the view of his webcam, which I realize now actually doesn't matter, because if he's too cheap, like, he's not going to pay the ransom and also get people to see his thing, right? Like, the what I meant here is that he can't afford to lose his job. But the way I wrote it didn't make any sense. Anyway, so he decides to fake his own death within view of the webcam. Long story short, after a truly stellar performance that even fools his blackmailer, Ty realizes that when he faked his own death, he probably shouldn't have done it entirely within the view of the webcam, because now he's stuck pretending to be dead, laying there, right in view of the camera. We have an epic scene with an internal monologue of both Ty attempting to remain dead and the blackmailer wondering if he really is dead. Right before the blackmailer clicks away, and we were sort of talking about this in the last podcast about, like, you could do, what were we talking about? You could do a bunch of stills with audio and it would still be engaging. I basically talked about how that's basically what Death Note did, right? So imagine this in the style of Death Note, right, with the inner monologues. We have an epic scene with the intro. Right before the blackmailer clicks away, Bokenko's download finishes and the video starts playing on Ty's computer. Ty's mustard is immediately diamonds and standing straight up like a pitch tent in his pants. Also, this great line from Lishansky. Anime collector can't finish a Dragon Ball Super Broly review for months, but can create this masterpiece in minutes. I think he has found his calling. Thank you, Lishansky. The blackmailer exclaims, "Aha! You tried to trick me. I'm sending your self-pleasure videos to your social media contacts right now." Ty jumps up to try to reason with the blackmailer, but hits his head on, on his massive erect dick and falls out the window. On his way down, Ty decides to have one last wank. After all, it would be a shame to waste such a massive erection. Upon climax, no, he's like 30th floor.
He told me on the second story and just had like just one stroke and he's done.
Upon climax, Ty sprays so much mustard that the force propels him into outer space and onto another planet. I love this. That was beautiful. What a ride. 69 out of 10. He said, we need Betty White to do the audiobook. And I said, no, JT Master should do the audiobook, his first paid gig, which is actually not true because I think his first paid gig, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name of it, but it's for a hentai game. He's already sent me the audio and it's hilarious. So anyway, once on the other planet, after banging many strange creatures, including a zombie that turned out to be male, watch the previous podcast, Ty catches a glimpse of a chaste nun and finds that his heart boner has returned. After many more sensual shenanigans, we learn that the nun is actually the girlfriend from before, who had been abducted by aliens shortly after the dick punching incident, which is why Ty never saw her again. It turns out that after Falcon punching Tai, the girlfriend found that the sexual violence awakened something within her, an extreme arousal for sadism. After dominating the entire planet, the girlfriend found love with another person who had also come from Earth, Kim Jong-un. After losing her virginity to the rotund dictator, he left in the nuke he had originally arrived in on its way to Japan. And that's the story of how Tai once got cucked on another planet. Oh yeah, she took to the nunnery because she vowed never to love again after Kim Jong-un. That's why she's a nun now. Yeah, there were a lot of ideas that didn't quite get fully fleshed out.
We need to have we need to have her peg Kim Jong Un in the bonus scene at the end.
I mean, I guess because she's a sadist. Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
we can do that, I suppose. As long as that's no, that wouldn't be the scene that Shinkai would animate for us. I don't know. We'll have to.
We'd have to get Goro Miyazaki to do it since Hayao is too old and his heart can't take it.
I just wonder how many people like realistically the answer is none, but I wonder how many people would actually get to work on it. How much money would it actually take to animate this? Anyway, guys, that's the amazing erotic light novel. If you want to contribute to it, it's in the Discord in the Studio Ghibli Productions tab. So that's it. I don't know what else to say. Oh God, that OnlyFans line. Oh God, that was so good. Knocks himself out with his own dick, or whatever. Knocks himself out of the window. All right, that's it. Thank you guys for stopping by.
When is the next podcast?
So I was getting to that. Because I have work tomorrow and the next day. Look, I'll be real with you guys. I feel as though my work is going to they're going to open up much more overtime in the near future, to the point where I might be working the same number of days as I was during peak. But the thing is that I probably won't be working the same number of hours. Because during peak, I was getting up and I was clocking in at 5 a.m. and I was clocking out after 8:30 p.m. every night. That probably isn't going to happen again, but I may actually be working every day of the weekend, which would be great. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's a couple of Aniplex titles I'd love to buy, and also my freaking check engine light came on. Like, God damn it. Why does everything have to happen like this?
We live it.
Yeah, I've got some bills to pay and everything. So this would actually be good. But I feel like what's going to happen is that my work is going to offer a lot more overtime. And then they're just going to close down the whole warehouse for a month. Because like I said, when Flip was on about the temperature thermometer things, like getting held up in customs. Now, allegedly, they're starting that tomorrow. When I go into work, I'll tell you. I'll know by then. But it just they're so behind on this, and it's like my job there, literally one of my jobs, and it's actually why I clock in at 5:30 now instead of 6, is that I hand out the equipment and I spray a rag with bleach and I wipe it down before I hand it to people, and then at the end of the day, I take it back from them, I wipe it down with bleach again, and I put it away, and that's great for the equipment that we use. But the carts, the totes, everything else in the warehouse, the lift gates, none of that shit gets cleaned. So I fully expect that that it's going to spread. I don't really expect to get it. Honestly, I don't really, not from work, at least. I don't expect to get coronavirus from work. And if I did, I think I would easily survive it. In fact, I feel like I would be one of the asymptomatic people for some reason. But famous last words, right? But I'm just saying that I think that things are going to get. So anyway, I don't know when the next podcast is going to be. I'm going to try to have it next week. But if things get crazy, I'm just going to have no way of knowing what I'm going to do, like for the podcast. So I think it would be ideal for us to let me put it this way. If we do one, I might do one next week with just the bare minimum of articles that I can throw in there, or like the ones that I can throw in there and we can cover quickly. And then I can not have to worry about the ones that require a little bit more reading and thought, and then I'll just postpone those to the following week and then maybe just do that for a little while. And then the truth is that most of those articles I keep postponing are probably going to be ones I don't even cover. But anyway, I don't know when the next podcast is going to be.
Hi, Danny.
Try to do Tuesday, but the thing is, like, it's just hard to say because this is Mother's Day coming up this weekend, and I'm going to be working. So I have to sort of figure out amongst all this overtime how I'm going to actually celebrate that in a way that feels warranted. I don't know. I'm tired. I got to go to bed. But yeah, I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, the show's not over. This isn't the goodbye fan versus pro episode like it was last night. That was so weird and out of nowhere. And it was really cool that we could keep Flip going with our show. But we'll be back. I just don't know when. But stay tuned because I'm sure I'll message you through Twitter or through the Facebook group, and we'll get it up to date with what we're doing.
Cutoff date within the week to know if we're going to have a podcast to announce.
Look, I'll just say this. If we're going to have one, it'll probably be on Tuesday, because if I have 2 more days of overtime next week, it's going to be either Monday and Tuesday, in which case you guys would know that by then, or Thursday and Friday, in which case we have to do it on Tuesday, right? Because I'll only have Monday and Tuesday to do the work. But the thing is that I just don't know how doable it's going to be. You off camera, you and I and RHYS and FDM, we're going to have to work out like a way that we can start structuring the article gathering in a way where we sort of disperse at least a little bit of the responsibility so that it's not the freaking dragon I'm always slaying every week, because it's so much fun. Anyway, but we'll talk about that another time. I really got to get some sleep. Thank you guys again for being with us for all 100 episodes. If you missed any of them, go do your due diligence and rewatch them, please, because I could use the watch time. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. And
unfortunately, except for number 94, JoJo's.
Yeah, 94, which I will put up. I will put that back up. It's just that I feel like we got robbed with that copyright claim. Like, ridiculously, we could have easily beaten that in the court of law, and they just like, no, we're gonna, so I feel like we could retaliate to that, but I don't have the energy to right now. So I'll either re-upload it, which is going to suck because now it's going to be on the YouTube studio version. It's going to be in my videos feed instead of my live videos feed, which I have loved having those separated until this moment. But I'll get it up there, and I'll just pull out the part that they copyright struck, or I'll like hire really shitty voice actors to do the bit, and I'll shittily animate it. Anyway, I won't take too long.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the animation part would take too long. I'll do it with stick figures or something. Anyway, but yeah, the next podcast that we do a watch club for, which I've decided I want to start verbalizing it as the next watch club is going to be Master Mosquito, right? Rather than for the next podcast, we're going to watch this. And the reason I want to do that is because, as we did with Laura Battler Dunmine, we had 4 straight weeks without a watch club because we were watching it, but we didn't discuss it until tonight. You know what I mean? And I think that actually might be a better way of doing this, just on the off chance that shit gets hairy and I don't have time for something. Because if we're doing movies and whatever, that's great. But like, just going 1 more week is going to be fine. You know what I mean? Like, if something happens, like all this overtime and I just can't get to it, then it'll be better for me to give myself that extra week and actually watch it rather than play it while I'm doing articles and not have anything to contribute and just sort of have it be like, well, there's another show that I wanted to watch, but got it ruined for me because all I did was like articles the whole time. You know what I mean? So anyway, those are my thoughts right now. Anyway, I gotta let you guys go. I gotta get to sleep. All right.
Happy 100.
Thank you.
Good night.
Maybe it would be better if we did that. Good night, guys. And FDM, may our internets forever be better. All right. Talk to you later. See you guys.
Hey. Ooh.
Oh,
Stopping.
It's still ending. It's not up yet. It's not
come on,
done
guys.
yet.
Come on. End. I need to go to bed. Are you kidding me? Has it not ended yet? Seriously.
I haven't
It's like
gotten it.
I've got the spinning wheel of death on the ending.
Whoa,
Should I-
whoa.
Should I try clicking the
All right.
end broadcast?
Oh, it's having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection so you can't end it.
100 and going on. Party on, man.
Should I try ending it?
Ooh. Whoa.
I'll click it.
Please.